Oops, I think your saved game is corrupted. Just kidding. The most important thing is not to live, but to have a reason to live. That's a quote from Jean Genot, a French writer.
Hello and welcome to Detroit Become Fail. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. How's it going? Hey there, Ryu. How's things, dude? Hey, and Mita. How are you today, dude? Yeah, Lucas, it's understandable to think that Chloe here is Jennifer Lawrence. There's definitely some similarities. How's things? I'm doing well, thanks, and Mita. Things are going good. Having a good day.
By the way, I'm an ST200 model. I mean, I thought you might be interested to know that.
Ryu Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection coming this year. That's true, yeah, I saw a trailer for that. It'd be interesting to see what the other games are, because in the trailer they just showed Mortal Kombat 1 through to 4. So I don't know if they'll have either, like, you know, I can't imagine they'll have Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero as part of that. Awesome, Inmita, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's excellent, dude. And thank you very much. Lucas, you're alright. You started playing Vampire today. It's good. Oh, very nice, Lucas. That's good. I'm glad that you're going alright. And I hope that you have a good time with Vampire. Definitely a lot of aspects to that game which are really cool.
The most important thing is not to live, but to have a reason to live. That's a quote from Jean Genot, a French writer.
Inmita, you feel like the menu of this game is creepy sometimes, having this android look at you all the time. Yeah, it's so funny at the end of the playthrough how it actually you can decide to have Chloe not be there anymore at the menu, and it'll just be the menu without Chloe, you know. That was kind of interesting.
By the way, I'm an ST200 model. I mean, I thought you might be interested to know that.
Admit to the level of detail is crazy, though. It looks like a real person. Absolutely, and this is using tech that was from 2018 as well. And we're almost 10 years on from that in a few years' time. So we're going to continue with the playthrough. And for those who weren't here yesterday for the stream, basically in this playthrough, I have to fail all QTEs. But it's not just fail all the QTEs. I'm also applying a layer of not doing things when they need to be done, taking time, exploring parts of the game environment that could lead to a character getting frustrated with the fact that the android is failing to actually do what is required of them as well. So there's also a thematic thing going on with this playthrough with failure as well. Oh, nice for you. I'll check that out. Thanks for posting.
Plastic with you?
Only temporary.
Unusual?
You know it.
Coming up.
I did not do anything. The android was his enemy. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an arty impression. Nice play on the scene from Twins. I did nothing. The pavement was his enemy. Good morning there, Oliver. Welcome on in. How's things? Zareth, Detroit become dead. That definitely happened for Kara and Alice so far in this playthrough. How's it going, Zareth? Thanks for leaving the lurk. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Make those bad decisions on this game today. It's so funny, though, Keone, because you would think that when you have a dialogue choice that has a timer on it and you don't press anything, that the game would always choose, like, the bad choice. But it simply just chooses whatever the bottom choice is. So whether or not the bottom choice in the decision tree is negative or not, that's the default automatic choice by the game if you yourself don't press anything. There was a long period of silence. What's up? Oh, nothing. No, just part of the gameplay. There will be times where I just don't say anything just in case there's dialogue that pops up through the act of not actually doing anything. Things are going great, Oliver? That's very good. Nice to hear that. Got no complaints? Awesome. That's right, Lucas. Yeah, they died. If you just stand there as Kara when Alice is being attacked by Todd, then Todd will kill Alice and she'll kill Kara as well. So that's been the most tragic part of this playthrough, in not actually doing anything. Yeah, Ryuso. But as you know, sometimes I go silent because I'm eating something. I don't want chomping sounds on the stream. Although, except for this sus and meter guy, whoever he is, she or is it? Hey there, Ryan. Roger, the dude playing the dude disguised as another dude. Nice one, Ryan. That's cool. You're totally understandable. Oh, absolutely. That's for sure. I'll just give you a quick overview of what you've posted, but I'll give a detailed comment in the actual post later on. I'll just do a quick read. Oh yeah, that's understandable. No multiverse or time travel shenanigans. Hard reboot goes back to the basics, as best as it can while still working on its own. Having the actual tournament a big deal again. Story mode would cover it along with the Outworld tournament and the invasion. Also be story DLC where Shinnok is the main villain. Nice, Liu Kang is the main character. Instead of sticking to just the classic 2D era, do a mix of both 2D and 3D. OG veterans like Liu Kang, Scorpion, Sub-Zero and Katana, but also 3D favorites like Kenshi and Li Mei. Would even get some characters who debuted in the NetherRealm Studios era, like Aaron Black, and newcomers who could very much fit in Mortal Kombat. So gameplay, similar to Mortal Kombat X/10, faster speed, but without variations, fatal blows instead of X-ray moves. In addition to single-player gameplay, tag combat, even handicap combat, 2-on-1 gameplay. Make it similar to games like Tekken Tag Tournament and Capcom crossovers with Marvel and SNK. You know that tag combat apparently wasn't played much in Mortal Kombat 9, but come on, folks definitely would have wanted tag combat, especially since cameos didn't fare much better. All the cameos think, yeah, customization would be better. Could have test your might, test your sight, test your strike, and test your luck. I like that. So towers are returned to, yep, loaded with challenges. Returning game modes to Crypt, that'd be awesome too, as well. Get so much content like different shaders, costumes, gear pieces, concept art, goodies like fan art videos behind the scenes, promos and posters for the games and movies. As for guests, bring back Spawn, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, actually played by Robert Englund this time. Yeah, not the remake version. Beyond them, the sky's the limit. No random numbering or subtitles, just call it Mortal Kombat again. Fans still call it Mortal Kombat 13 or whatever, depending on what year it comes out in. If you disagree with any of this, that's all good. Thanks for you. I'll definitely respond in more detail later on. And Mita, if you have any complaints, take it to the customer service, Oliver. Oliver, I am the customer service.
Hey, Hank. How you doing, man? Hey, listen, I got a shit-hot tip for you. Number 5 in the 3rd. Lickety split. That Philly's one hell of a chaser. You want a flutter?
That shit hot tip gave me something back in these wages.
Come on, this is different. It's 100% guaranteed. You can't go wrong.
All right, I'm in.
Damn straight. Hey, you won't regret this.
Oliver, you want to speak to the manager, and Mita, the manager is busy. Oh yeah, Lucas. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. That Ryu might have thought that I was reading, because I wasn't reading his post straight away, but rather just keeping an eye on whether or not there was any dialogue and stuff in the actual game. Oliver, the manager, is busy with failing. Ryu chicken, yum. Oh, chicken is absolutely delicious. I love that stuff.
What is your problem? Don't you ever do as you're told? Look, you don't have to follow me around like a poodle.
I thought now might be a good time to review what we know about deviants.
No, now is not a good time to review anything. Now is my lunch break. So just go into standby and cut me some slack, okay?
Here you go.
Ah, thanks, Gary. I'm starving.
Don't leave that thing here.
Not a chance. Follows me everywhere.
Hey there, Sheila. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really, really good, thank you. How's things with you? Oliver, you hear that, Rod? Go in standby mode. That was so funny, though, the dialogue, where it's like, Hank is like, oh, he follows me everywhere I go, versus this guy, which is like, don't leave him here. So by failing to do what Hank says Connor does, we are actually also failing to not get away from this NPC as well. I just love how doing a failure approach, not only in not actually making a choice when there's a timed choice that needs to be made and letting the game decide, but there's dialogue where characters will say things that in a playthrough like this make the statement untrue. So in the long term, yes, Connor, even in this playthrough approach, is going to be following Hank everywhere. But in response to his dialogue, the fact that I'm just having Connor not even follow him is, you know, adding an extra layer onto this playthrough. So that's what I've been enjoying about doing this type of approach. And me again, Connor, eat chicken, you wonder? That'd be interesting. I mean, I wonder how it would be digested. Sheila, great to hear. You're good. Luckily today's less work than the past few days, so you can catch some streams. That is really good, Sheila. That'd be a great relief to have that as well. That's really, really cool. Do you have any plans to do a stream later, or are you still just gonna wait until a few days? It's good that you've been doing God of War 2018 for the first time. I definitely want to play that in the future as well.
See?
Enjoy your meal.
Thank you.
Do you eat here often?
Most days. Gary makes the best burger in Detroit.
Maybe I should tell you what we know about deviants.
You read my mind. Proceed.
We believe that a mutation occurs in the software of some androids, which can lead to them emulating a human emotion.
In English, please.
They don't really feel emotions. They just get overwhelmed by irrational instructions, which can lead to unpredictable behavior.
Emotions always screw everything up. The androids aren't as different from us as we thought.
Is there anything you'd like to know about me?
Hell no. Well, yeah. Why do they make you look so goofy and give you that weird voice?
Cyberlife androids are designed to work harmoniously with humans. Both my appearance and voice were specifically designed to facilitate my integration.
Well, they fucked up.
Can I ask you a personal question, Lieutenant? Why do you hate androids so much?
I have my reasons. You ever dealt with deviants before?
Interesting, if you don't choose anything, the automatic choices lie.
No. This is the first time.
So I guess you've done all your homework, right? Know everything there is to know about me?
I'm focused on the case, Lieutenant. The rest doesn't concern me. I just got a report of a suspected deviant. It's a few blocks away. We should go have a look. I'll let you finish your meal. I'll be in the car if you need me.
Hey, Connor. You run out of batteries or what?
I'm sorry. I was making a report to Cyberlife.
Well, do you plan on staying in the elevator?
No. I'm coming.
Hey, what do we know about this guy?
Not much. Just that a neighbor reported that he heard strange noises coming from this floor. Nobody's supposed to be living here, but the neighbor said he saw a man hiding an LED under his cap.
Oh, Christ, if we have to investigate every time somebody hears a strange noise, we're gonna need more cops. Hey, were you really making a report back there in the elevator? Just by closing your eyes?
Correct.
Shit. Wish I could do that.
Sheila, you probably try to stream some God of War later. You want to finish it before you restart Black Flag. That's definitely fair, Sheila. For sure, that's a good plan of attack. Plus, it'll give you a little bit of a breather between when you decided to change the challenge with Black Flag and actually starting from the start again as well. Hey there, Code. Welcome. Summertimes and bloody wasps. A 2 centimeter one tried to visit your face inside the flat about 2 minutes ago. Got the bugger to the patio for now. Ah, damn, Code. Yeah, like, that's good that you weren't stung or anything like that. Like, it's just so annoying when that happens, as well as painful too, as well. Exactly, Amita. Liar. That was just so funny. Like, if you don't press anything on a dialogue choice that has a timer, then whatever the bottom choice is gets selected. And it makes you wonder what the balance between, like, it just makes you wonder, like, is the one that's placed at the bottom um, always strategically done in a way that makes it feel like it's like the canon choice, if you know what I mean? Skenny, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Alright, so there's no timer yet. I thought there might be a timer, like in the previous part where Connor and Hank were investigating a potential, well, not a potential, but someone who had been killed. But we failed intentionally by not having Connor actually do anything, which then meant the timer ran out, and there was actually 2 timers that happened, and then we just let the second timer run out, which then meant that we failed that mission, and then we progressed forward further, of course, because failing that mission doesn't mean you have to retry the checkpoint. It just means that, well, that mission was failed. Move on to the next one. Yes, Ryu, it must have been the wind.
Anybody home? Open up, Detroit police!
Stay behind me.
Got it.
Yeah, and me to FBI, open up. Oliver, open FBI up. Okay, so there's no timer yet. But I thought it'd be funny that there's this big sort of like, I'll go first, burst through the door, and usually, Connor would just be straight up following him. But not in this playthrough. We'll just hang back and he just does his coin trick thing. Ryu RK800, the Ryu Kang 800. Nicely done, Ryu. Hey there, Lench Mob. Welcome. How's things going?
What the fuck is this? Ugh. Jesus, this place stinks. Well, looks like we came for nothing. Our man's gone.
Ryu, you said it, Mr. Krabs. I mean, the Kurgan. I know his name. I've got something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
I need some fresh air. Ah, Jesus, I hate these things! Real books. I thought I was the last guy in Detroit to keep some. Electronic books, you can't smell the paper. See the pages turning yellow. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Birdseed. I can't believe it. This nutjob was actually feeding these fuckers.
Ryu, he was also the voice of Raiden in Defenders of the Realm. Sweet irony too. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't realize he was. Didn't he voice Lex Luthor in something as well? Ryu, sorry, the page is turning yellow. Someone urinated on them. Or spilt lemon juice while they were drinking it, or eating a lemon. Ryan, Connor is the worst detective android out there. He really, really is. Like, he's supposed to be helping, investigating, but he's just standing there. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, dude. I hope things are going well. Lunchmob just taking a break from playing Hypercharge Unboxed and unlocked new headpieces for your action figure and new gun skins for, and he changed his name to the Unloved Shogun, because he looks like a samurai whenever you play it either in campaign or online matches. That's cool to tailor the name of the character that you're giving it based on what kinds of, like, you know, outfits and looks and all that kind of stuff. That's really cool. Yeah, he was Lex Luthor in the DC animated shows like Superman and Justice League. I thought so, because I remember reading somewhere that he was, but I wasn't sure. But that's cool.
Something in the sink. You should take a look. RT. Put his initials in his jacket? Something your mom does back in first grade.
Deviants have a habit of putting their names on things. It seems important to them.
Fake driver's license. Wonder where he got this.
Right, you've been meaning to play that Hypercharge, but haven't gotten around to it. I definitely know what that's like myself as well. There's a lot of games that I would like to play, but just haven't gotten around to yet. Crooked, hope Detroit is going well so far. Doing pretty good, just still a bit tired. Gonna get some coffee in you soon. Totally understandable, Crooked. I hope that she can get some coffee into you and help, you know, wake you up a bit as well. Glad to hear that you're doing pretty good in spite of that. Detroit's going well so far. We have Connor, who is showing that he's very incompetent as a detective. I guess this playthrough could also be called Detroit Become Incompetent as well. Or Android Incompetence, or something like that too. Brian, something in the sink. Maybe you should go take a look. Connor's like, no, I don't think I will. Yeah, Connor's like, what? Why am I going to do this? Ryu, those symbols on the wall look like the OCP logo. Detroit become a dumbass. That could work too, Ryu, as well. Absolutely. But that's a good call too. It does look like the OCP logo from Robocop. Nice one, Dr. Darling and Crooked. Dr. Darling to Crooked is like, gonna put some dirt in your eye, referencing Bully Maguire. And now Crooked has looked at the insults and comebacks from Secret of Monkey Island. And he retorted back to Dr. Darling, even before they smell your breath? It works out well. You know, that made me think of something too as well. Like, that could be a good sort of thing where, like, playing a game between chatters like, if one chatter, and obviously, I wouldn't want people to, seriously being insulting people, but in terms of like being funny and doing a bit together, it'd be so funny for someone to, give some kind of reference or insult to another user who obviously, is in on it as well. That's quite funny of a retort. I'm going to put some dirt in your eye, even before they smell your breath. Right, and there's you drinking a Monster Ultra to get you through your day. What are they like? Because I've only tried like probably the basic Monster drink before, but I don't really drink energy drinks that much. Crooked, cheers, dude. Well, the most incompetent android who's ever existed. Absolutely, like he just stands there when he's supposed to do things. He's just like, I'm just going to stand here. Code already have like half a bucket of coffee and probably have a brew with missing half of the virtual meeting ahead. Well, hopefully you get through that really well, Code. Ryu, worse than a Terminator or one of the androids from the Alien saga. Absolutely, Ryu, for sure.
There's nothing else to see here. Let's get out of this shithole before I die of an asthma attack.
We're missing something.
Well, next time, think faster, Sherlock. Come on, I've had enough of this dump. Move, fuckers.
Sorry I'm taking so long to respond or say anything. I actually thought I would clip that moment, which is quite funny, especially given the context of this playthrough. We're missing something. And then his reaction as well. This perfectly sums up, for this playthrough where I'm failing on purpose, the incompetence of Connor and the insult calling him Sherlock, because of course Sherlock is considered to be a really great detective who wouldn't be failing like Connor is. So there's an irony there as well. Ryan Connor is like, look at all those chickens. He's like, eat it all. Hey there, Zereth. Rubber, glue. Yeah, I didn't actually have those insults as commands because I wanted to stick just with the insults that actually had accurate comebacks to them. Ryan, you didn't realize you don't find that android. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Yeah, so if you don't do anything, if you don't progress to the point where they are even further suspicious that there might be someone there, you just will fail. I mean, you can ask to stay for a bit longer though, but if you choose to leave, and as we saw there, not choosing anything between the two options, the game defaults to the last option. So we had a lunch break, we joined Hank, we talked to Hank, we went in the elevator, we went into the nest. Hank and Connor leave the apartment. So we didn't do anything. We didn't find anything, we just stood there. And then Rupert was not found. Rupert got away, which means we forego the whole chase sequence. Now, in a future playthrough, it would be funny to go through the different permutations of the chase sequence and see what happens. But yeah, so something else that happened is that Hank is hostile towards Connor as well. But yeah, that's that mission done. We failed it, but that's good. That's what we have to do in the playthrough.
Who are you?
Fugitives. Just like you. My name is Josh.
I'm Simon.
North.
I don't understand. I thought Jericho was a place where androids lived in freedom.
We do live in freedom. It may not be what you hoped for, but here we have no master. We don't belong to anybody.
And hiding just to stay alive, that's freedom to you?
Humans hate us. Hiding is the only way we can survive.
There is no safe place for those like us. If humans knew we were here, they'd kill us.
Yeah, and me to think faster. Quick, think. Ryan Connor is an asshole.
And you knew that only an android could follow the trail, didn't you?
Only those who are like us can find Jericho.
If you could decipher the signs, it's because one of us trusted you enough to give you the key.
There's a place where we can be free. Find Jericho.
I understand how you feel, but we have more freedom here than you ever did.
Waiting in the dark for something to happen? That's not how I see freedom.
You're lost. Just like the rest of us. We didn't ask for this. All we can do now is deal with it.
You're safe here. You can stay with us as long as you want.
Go and see Lucy. She might be able to help you.
you Lucy?
Sit down.
There can be a funny awkwardness in certain moments doing a playthrough like this where you don't actually do what you're supposed to do straight away. And sometimes it's just like nothing gets said by either character. They just stand there. So I could probably leave them standing here for an hour. They'd still be just standing there. Mita, thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. You wanted to redeem the Arnie impression, but it's on cooldown. Oh, that's totally fair, dude, for sure. Yeah. Well, thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. And Mita's like, sit down. No, I don't want to. No.
Show me. I'll stop the bleeding. Drink this.
Oliver, yes there are, you just never learn them. Oh, and Mita, I know your comment about sit down, I don't want to. Let's see if I can remember the word that I made. No, I'll just scroll back up to when Crooked put the command in. Ah. That insult could work perfectly with sit down, I don't want to. Your hemorrhoids are flaring up again, eh? All of you can't relate. Me neither, I must say. What gods do you pray to? I pray to the four winds. And you? To Crom. But I seldom pray to him. He doesn't listen. What good is he then? Ah, it's just as I've always said. He is strong. If I die, I have to go before him, and he will ask me, what is the riddle of steel? If I don't know it, he will cast me out of Valhalla and laugh at me. That's Crom, strong on his mountain. Ah, my god is greater. Ha! Crom laughs at the four winds. He laughs from his mountain. My god is stronger. He is the everlasting sky. Your God lives underneath him. That's from the original Conan the Barbarian. Thanks for redeeming that in Meta.
Give me your hand.
Markus is confused because she didn't specify which hand. That can be my temporary headcanon for this playthrough. The reason that he's not putting his hand out yet is because he doesn't actually know which one she wants him to put out. Oliver Bro doesn't know how to drink. Admit to what's in that drink, acid? Oliver's got that acid reflux. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. What's actually inside that drink that's been made for androids? Yeah. Thank you, Anmita. That's actually a really good scene. I love the meeting between Conan and Subutai in Conan the Barbarian. I like how there's a lot of, humor that's injected into their conversations as well. There's also a funny point later on when Conan meets the wizard, and a line that I'll always remember because it's just so funny in how Arnie actually says it. But there's a line that Conan says to the wizard where he's like, "Can you summon demons, wizard?" The way that he says wizard always stuck in my mind.
You had it all, and you lost it all. You've seen hell, and now hell lives in you. Your heart is troubled. A part of shadow and a part of light. Which will prevail? Your choices will shape our destiny.
Your choices will shape our destiny. In this fail playthrough, I don't think you'd want to entrust your destiny with Markus in this playthrough. Oliver, you're going to go get ready for gym now. Enough of this android mating session. I hope you have a great gym session, Oliver. Thank you so much for popping into the stream. I hope it all goes well for you. Catch you again soon. I'll still be streaming for quite a few hours, so if you come back when you're done and I see you in chat, I'll see you then. But if not, I hope you have a great rest of the day as well. Hey, Mr. Goatee. Welcome, how's it going?
not in very good shape, am I? My diagnostic program isn't working. I don't think it would have anything good to say anyway.
What happened to you?
They tied me to the back of a car. I think they wanted to have fun. I don't want to shut down. No, I don't want to shut down.
Oliver, you probably make it back in time. You're going to go earlier today. No worries at all, Oliver. That's cool. Hope you enjoy it. Mr. Gote, good. Just playing AC2 today for some memories and stuff. Very nice, dude. I don't blame you. Yeah, so many memories of that game. So many great elements to that game too as well. Like, there's definitely a reason why it gets held up in high regard as well, you know. Mr. Gote, you just up to talking to Mario after they tried to murder the Medici at the church with his family. Oh, that's really good progress, dude. That's for sure. So you're going to be doing any of the side stuff as well? Like you're going to be doing the tombs, or you're going to be doing like collecting stuff? Oh, nice, Mr. Gote. All of it pretty much. Then you're going to go back to 3. Oh, cool. That's a good idea. Mr. Gote, you're not doing all of the games. That would be too much. Just your favorite titles. That's totally fair too as well, because you already know what happens in the stories, and it's one of those things too where you don't have to have re-experienced all of the stories in a row. You can just, you know, pick and choose which ones you want to jump into, and you already know what's going on in the contexts and all that kind of stuff.
Simon. I know where we can find spare parts. CyberLife warehouses in the Detroit Harbor. They have everything we need.
The docks are guarded. We can't just walk in there and take what we want. Humans will never let us.
Which is why we won't ask permission.
We don't have any weapons. And even if we did, none of us knows how to fight.
We can steal what we need without fighting.
We'll just get ourselves killed.
Maybe. But it's better than waiting here to be shut down.
I'm with you.
Maybe it's worth a try.
Okay. I'm in.
So, time to decide. Went inside Jericho, talked to the damaged android, talked to Lucy, checked the empty crate, talked to Simon. Markus hatched a plan. Mr. Gote, you find it hard watching Embers too, because that scene at the end where Ezio dies and he says, "Why don't you get some rest?" That's definitely understandable too as well. Yeah. I really wish they did more animated short movies. I think that would have been really cool, because there's a lot of things that they could do with those. Not all of them would have to be like, you know, including action-packed sequences either. Like some could be short animated movies that explored certain characters in certain moments in different time periods, you know. Like you could have an animated episode about how Daniel Cross actually infiltrated the assassins and then killed the head of the assassins before William Miles became the head of the assassins. For example, so you could make it about a story about a tragic figure who ultimately betrays the assassins. So there'd be a little bit of action in it, but it wouldn't. It'd be more like a character exploration piece. Here's my thinking with this chapter. So the reason I didn't talk to the dying android, to Josh, to North as well, is because I wanted to stick to what the objective said. The objective didn't say to, talk to these other characters. Now, having said that, that could actually be not failing the main objective, because I did only the main objectives and all that kind of stuff. But I've overridden that for this chapter because I feel like taking the most direct approach means that you're not getting the fullest breadth of characters like North and the initial interaction that Markus and North can have with each other on their own, and all that kind of stuff. And so, in a way, this also foreshadows the failure for anything to happen between the two of them, a failure for sticking to the actual objective, and all that kind of stuff. Because when we actually go to the factory, I'm going to fail on purpose. So, but yeah, that's the thinking why I didn't actually talk to all of them as well. But I was still fulfilling failure as part of the chapter by not doing the QTE straight away on purpose. Even though it's not failing to the point of getting like an actual result. So, for example, me failing to have Markus do the QTE to drink straight away. It doesn't matter how many times you attempt and not do it. The game won't progress to the next point until you actually do it. But I wanted to still attempt but not get it a few times, just to play into the failure. So it's also a failure of programming, perhaps, with the android. Like maybe they're glitching out and they're not able to do the action straight away. Things like this. Mr. Goatee, wouldn't mind Templar games to see other perspective. Yeah, they could definitely do that too as well. And also see other sorts of things as well. Like it'd be cool to see the first time they even used the Animus at all. Because the Animus was something that only the Templars knew about first, before the Assassins did. What's ironic is that all the failures that we've done as Connor haven't actually led to him being quote-unquote killed. Obviously, I know that there's multiple Connors, but I mean to say, you would think that by now, failing a QTE by not actually selecting it would lead to Connor being destroyed, but ironically, the failure to actually choose what I want to choose has actually led to the inability for Connor to be in a situation yet where he can actually be destroyed. Because the interrogation that happens, for example, if you don't actually do what you need to do, if you just stand there in the Carlos Ortiz section, well, not that one. I mean, yeah, if you just stand still in that situation, you'll fail. But that mission that we did earlier in the stream, where we had Connor and Hank going into that apartment, Like, if you find the android, that then leads to the interrogation scene, and it's a scene in which Connor can potentially be destroyed. So because I've been not doing the QTEs on purpose, and because by not pressing anything the game automatically chooses, and it's always chosen the bottom choice, it's just amusing to me that with all those factors combined, it hasn't put us in a state where Connor can actually be destroyed yet. Whereas if I actually did what I was supposed to do, therefore succeeding, we would have at least gotten to the interrogation scene in the first place.
Hello, Amanda.
Connor, I've been expecting you. Would you mind a little walk? Two investigations, two failures. That's very disappointing. I expected more from our best model.
I have no excuse. I should have been more efficient.
Did you manage to learn anything?
It was fascinated by birds. We've seen deviants interested in other life forms, like insects or pets. But nothing like this.
How is your relationship with the Lieutenant developing?
It's improving. I've come to understand him better, and he's growing accustomed to my presence.
We don't have much time. Deviancy continues to spread. It's only a matter of time before the media finds out about it. We need to stop this, whatever it takes.
I will solve this investigation, Amanda. I won't disappoint you.
A new case just came in. Find Anderson and investigate it.
It was interesting about that conversation between Amanda and Connor, especially given the fact that we have failed the two investigations that Connor has been able to potentially succeed at, because I've been intentionally failing as well. But the dialogue is interesting as well, because it is a great way to try potentially to make the player feel the same kind of emotion that Connor is feeling at being told that he's failed twice. And this all plays into this idea too that we have these androids who they're only supposed to be human up until a certain point. And after that point, they're expected to just remain as androids. That also extends to how they're meant to process stuff. So they're only supposed to be realistic enough to the point where if you were to tell them something sad that happened to you, that they would be programmed to respond in a way that actually matches what someone who is responding to someone's sadness would potentially say. You know, so the android might put their arm around the human who's being sad and try to comfort them, you know, and console them. In this case, though, we have Connor, who is being told that he's failed, and instead of being an android and just basically being like, I will do better next time, without any sort of emotion, we still have Connor exhibiting some kind of emotion. And androids aren't supposed to be having their own emotion. Then we have Connor telling Hank about why his voice was chosen to be that voice and why his face was chosen to be that face, and proper integration into society and amongst people and all that kind of stuff as well. But he also talks about how there's an overwhelming influx of conflicting information that is happening to these androids, which is why they're becoming deviant. They think they're feeling something, but they're actually not. It's just a result of all the confusion and the programming that is all confused, and all that kind of stuff as well. And it's also interesting too, because naturally, because we have actual people who are providing the face and also the voice for the androids, there's a certain level of, is what they're saying genuine? Or is it something that just sounds genuine because it's been programmed to be that way? Is it that they're actually gaining emotions? Or is it simply because the information is conflicting in their programming, which makes it seem to people on the outside looking in that they're actually feeling emotion, but they're not really, And I guess it's also the idea of, if you know how something works, does that take away how effective the thing is at doing its job? So, for example, if you know how a special effect is done, and you're watching a movie where you see the special effect being performed, does your knowledge of the actual scientific detail behind the effect actually ruin the experience of seeing it being done? And that's something that depends on the person as well. It's similar to like watching a video or playing a game where going into it, I know I'm going to be playing a video game. But I can sometimes still get caught up in what the characters are going through, and I have a reaction to that, and I respond to that. But I know it's not real. It's just a virtual simulation that has been made, and all that kind of stuff. But what the actors have brought to their performances breaks through that, and it just immerses me in that. I know it's actors, doing stuff, but in the moment of watching and experiencing the story and the characters, that just goes, I'm not even thinking about that in the moment. I'm thinking about, how I'm feeling about what I'm actually seeing happening as well. Hey there, Rosie, welcome on in. Are they philosophical zombies? Well, I mean, zombies in general, because you also had zombies that were the voodoo variety before zombies became flesh-eating things. But then, of course, you can have things that aren't zombies but being called zombies, or humans that are acting zombie-like, which Shaun of the Dead does really well in that scene where Shaun is going through his daily routine, and he's just going through like a zombie, and then there's other people who are, doing a zombie as well. And that's foreshadowing what happens later. But nothing changes from his perspective, because he doesn't notice that the people have literally become zombies, because they were acting like zombies before anyway. Rosie, a philosophical zombie is behaviorally indistinguishable from a human, but does not have a conscious experience. Okay. So maybe these androids are philosophical zombies then. Yeah. Whereas there's also the question of whether such a thing can exist. Like maybe consciousness is emergent from the behavior. I guess in that sense then it can be like, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg as well. Actually, it also made me think about how The Simpsons, for example, has been widely considered prophetic about things in the future. But here's the thing though. If The Simpsons only ran for one season and never ran for any longer, there'd be a limited amount of episodes to look at, to examine for any potential prediction that those episodes might have made. So it might be easier to identify the potential link between what happened in a Simpsons episode and what happens in real life later, right? But then you think about imagination. We all have an imagination. Even if we don't think we do, we all have an imagination. What if I chose to eat a hamburger tonight instead of eating a pizza? What would I prefer? What am I in the mood for? Well, you're using your imagination because you're thinking about what food you would prefer, you know. When we're sort of like concentrating on something, but then our concentration gets broken and we start thinking about something else, you know, we're using our imagination and all that kind of stuff. So these things that The Simpsons supposedly predicted, are they predicting them? Or is it just inevitable that after existing for so long now, the amount of things that could happen based on what was mentioned in the previous Simpsons episode is so probable now because of the elongation of time? So we don't have just one season of The Simpsons. We have like heaps and heaps of them. Years worth, over a decade worth now to draw from. And there's a probability that every single episode in existence could predict something. But then you've got other things too. If you watch an episode of The Simpsons and it has something in it, and you then decide to work to bring that to reality, is you bringing it to reality a result of them predicting it, or is it you retrospectively looking back on the thing and saying, how about we actually make this a thing, you know? So there's a lot of stuff that potentially could happen that might be attributed as a prediction by The Simpsons. But there's also some things that could have just come about as a result because the people that created these things were inspired by The Simpsons to do it. And so in the sense of like what came first, the chicken or the egg, it's like what came first, the prediction or the actual event. And unless you actually find out whether the person who created the thing, if it's something that was created, if they actually were inspired by The Simpsons or not, you'd have to find that out first. So if you found that out, you'd be able to answer what came first, the prediction or the actual result. And it would be, well, the prediction came first, but without that prediction, the result wouldn't have happened. Or at least not happen when it did. It might have taken longer for it to come about as well. And so much stuff comes down to choice as well. And that's what these games do really well, is they're basically trying to take a certain amount of potentials and just put them together. Whereas in real life, there's literally billions upon billions of choices that can be made. Not all choices have a direct result. Some only lead to a juncture between choosing something else or something, you know. And so there's any number of things that could potentially happen based on choices as well. Like if you lingered somewhere for too long, you might end up being involved in an unfortunate accident. But if you had decided to leave that spot earlier, then you wouldn't be there. However, that might not guarantee that you won't have an accident somewhere else down the line. You know what I mean? And maybe that accident that you got caught up in is minor in comparison to the accident that you get into later because you weren't actually there to experience that minor accident, you're actually there to experience the major accident. That would be, you know, the butterfly effect and all that kind of stuff as well. So that's something else that these games really explore, is the potential for anything at any time to lead to something else that then creates an exact result. Hey there, Adrian. Detroit, become French. Have you become French yet in Detroit? No, Adrian? No, definitely haven't. Just been failing a lot, as is what is needed for this challenge. I say it's a challenge, but it's also just an approach to gameplay.
Lieutenant Anderson! Easy, dog. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm here to save your owner.
I did, Adrian. I did. That was really, really cool. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. It was also cool that they used the theme from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, because that is a James Bond movie that is an anomaly in the sense that, I mean, there's a few things that you could consider an anomaly, I guess, but the thing I'm specifically talking about is that all the other Bond movies had an actual song with lyrics, whereas On Her Majesty's Secret Service decided to have a fully instrumental theme song to go with it. And I really, really like that theme song a lot. And for a very long time, I've wanted another movie at least one more time to actually do an instrumental opening theme instead of, you know, a song with lyrics. And while that didn't happen with the movies, in all the decades since On Her Majesty's Secret Service came out, it's cool that in the trailer, at least for the video game, they're putting that instrumental theme in there. So I thought that was a nice touch as well, because I really like that instrumental theme. And I like the idea of doing a Bond origin story as well. It definitely makes sense. And there's definitely a few things that they put in there that make me sort of wonder about what the actual, like, story is going to be. Who is the villain? You know, they mentioned 009, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be the villain, or she's going to be the villain, you know, or whoever it might be. But yeah, I was really excited about that. Rosie, did he eat 3 pizzas or did they accumulate? That's a good question. Now I want pizza.
Lieutenant. Wake up, Lieutenant. It's me, Connor. I'm going to sober you up for your own safety. I'll have to warn you, this may be unpleasant.
Hey! Leave me alone, fucking android. Get the fuck out of my house.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but I need you. Thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, Rosie just staring into each other's eyes. Adrian now kiss.
Silo! Attack! Good job. Attack! Fuck, I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh, leave me alone, you asshole. I'm not going anywhere. What the hell are you doing? Oh, no. I don't want a bath. Thank you.
Sorry, Lieutenant. It's for your own good.
Ah! Ah! Turn it off! Turn it off! Ah! Ah! the fuck are you doing here?
A homicide was reported 43 minutes ago. I couldn't find you at Jimmy's bar, so I came to see if you were at home.
Jesus, I must be the only cop in the world that gets assaulted in his own house by his own fucking android. Can't you just leave me alone?
Maybe you should drop the case. They'll assign someone else, and I can focus on my mission.
Your goddamn mission, that's all you care about, huh?
Listen, Lieutenant, you're not yourself. You should...
Beat it, you hear me? Get the hell out of here!
I understand. I sincerely hope you come to terms with your personal situation.
This homicide, what do we know about it?
A man was found dead in a sex club downtown. The report says that an android may be involved.
You know, probably wouldn't do me any harm to get some air. There's some clothes in the bedroom there.
I'll go get them.
Hey there, Absolution. Welcome on in. Stop resisting. It's so funny, the points at which they stop things if you don't make Connor move at every single turn. You know, I thought that was quite amusing as well. I had a funny thought. Imagine if the point where Connor is actually turning the water on, imagine if they made it that the water only gets turned off when you, the player, presses the QTE to make the water turn off. That would have been a cruel thing to be able to do to Hank, just keep the water running on him. You only stop right there, Imperial scum. What do you think you're doing? You can't be here. Hey, Mr. Epic, welcome on in, dude. How's things going? That makes me think with that sumo dog scene, how would dogs in real life react to androids? Would they also think they are humans, or would they know the difference? That's actually a good point, you know? Like, I thought that if you don't know the name of Sumo, that maybe the dog would at least, you know, bark in Connor's face, and that the barking would be what wakes Hank up instead. But it's interesting that even if you don't know that the dog's name is Sumo, that the dog will still leave Connor alone. So maybe it does know that Connor's an android. AC, thank you so very much for the raid, dude. Thank you for bringing in your raiders. I really appreciate it. How was your stream of GTA? I hope you had a great session. I hope it all went well. Welcome to my Detroit Become Fail playthrough, where when QTEs turn up, I fail them on purpose. If there's a QTE that by not pressing it or not successfully doing it doesn't result in anything happening, and you have to just keep on trying until you get it, I fail them on purpose by not actually doing them straight away. So if you have to hold down one button to make a character do an action, I might start to hold it but then let go automatically so that the action doesn't follow through. But when there's actually dialogue choices, I just have to let the game decide. Because when there's like a timer, when the timer runs out, the game will choose what the response will be. And throughout the whole game, it's just been choosing the final choice as well. Absolution, there can be only one McCloud. Absolutely, Absolution. Highlander is such a great movie. Keone, you can't wait for AI podcasts now. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's probably some already. AC, you gonna go get some snackos? You'll be back with burgers? Oh, that's awesome, AC, that you're gonna have burgers. That's nice. No worries at all. Thank you for the raid. Dr. Darling, Detroit, become clumsy, android. Absolutely. That's also something that is interesting with doing this kind of approach as well. Oh, and it's also just standing still, because for some missions, actively not doing anything at all, if there's a timer to get something done, by not actually doing anything at all, the timer will run out, and that could lead to the end of the mission. So I'm even doing that as well, to just stand there and let things play out until the timer runs out. AC Detroit, become NPC.
What do you want to wear?
Whatever.
Alright, so this is a situation where I actually have to make a choice. It's rare in this playthrough to be able to do this, but I'm actually going to create a Twitch poll so that those who are watching the Twitch stream can actually vote towards which outfit we actually choose for Hank. Alright, so I've got the poll active. It'll be active for a minute. Absolutely, Rosie, yeah. Yeah, Kara is definitely dead for sure. There's been a few chapters that if you had her become deviant and she and Alice actually escape, if you actually did that, then there's obviously chapters that they're involved in, but none of those chapters actually happened. as a result of that. So, yeah. Dr. Darling, you just noticed that all the options rhyme. Hippie, stripey, streaky. That's true. So there we go. Hippie won the vote with 16 votes to 0 for the other two. So Hippie it is. It's interesting the moments in this game where actually not doing what you're supposed to actually has the other character comment. It's actually happened less often than you might think. Rosie husbando Hanksin. Shower your Hank and dress your Hank.
Are you all right, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Wonderful. Just, give me 5 minutes, okay?
Sure.
President Warren issued an official warning to Russia in her speech to Congress today, where she demanded that all Russian troops withdraw from the Arctic region immediately. The Kremlin has yet to respond, but this is clearly a new escalation in the conflict. Many experts are suggesting the specter of a third world war draws closer every day.
Are you okay, Lieutenant?
That's true, Rosie. Yeah, by just not actually doing anything, but waiting. Like, I'm assuming that if we don't do anything after a certain time, then they'll just go and leave. In one of the earlier missions with Connor and Hank in this stream, by actually not doing anything and not finding the android that was hiding, it then meant that we didn't actually have the interrogation as well, which ironically is a scene where Connor can die, you know, before you get a new Connor, of course. But it's interesting that this type of playthrough where I'm actually choosing to do nothing and mess up QTEs and all that kind of stuff would lead me to not be in a situation where Connor can actually die yet. You would think that the probability of him dying pretty early would be there. But even in the opening sequence, having Connor just stand there and not even move towards Simon, holding Emma hostage, the unfortunate result was that Simon leaps off the building with Emma as well. So unfortunately, Emma died as a result of actually doing nothing.
Be a good dog, Sumo. I won't be long.
How could I not pet Hank's dog? What a monster I am in this playthrough. So that was the Russian roulette chapter. We emerged in the Zen garden, we joined Amanda, we arrived at Hank's place. We didn't check all the other parts of the house. We went directly to the window where Connor notices that Hank is on the ground, spotted Hank and broke in, entered his house. Hank's dog, Sumo, attacked. We just riled Hank's dog, analyzed Hank, took him to the bathroom, displayed a distant attitude, chose the hippie shirt. We didn't learn Hank was playing Russian roulette. We didn't find the picture of Hank's son. We didn't learn about Hank's interests. And we didn't pet Hank's dog. As a result of just standing there and waiting, Hank became ready and we left for the Eden Club.
This is crazy. If they catch us, we're dead. What do we do now?
We need to find the CyberLife warehouse. That's where they keep the spare parts and the blue blood.
Follow me.
Yeah, Rosie, go clubbing with your Hank. North is like, follow me, and I'm like, that would be actually successfully doing something in this playthrough. On purpose. Nah, bro, you just came in to say hi, turning in for the night before the nurses start waking you up, but there's a good chance they're sending you home tomorrow. Oh, thank you so much for the update now, bro. I'm glad that you're still doing okay, you know, despite being in hospital, of course, but that's great news, you know. Hopefully it will be tomorrow that you're able to go back home as well. I really do hope you get a good sleep, which, you know, I know is not 100% possible. But I hope you do at least get some amount of sleep that's good, you know. These androids are ruthless. They delight in causing pain and chaos. Living on Earth in my time is like living in a nightmare. Always running and hiding and looking for a way out. I'm all that's left. I'm doing the best I can. What's that from, Mr. Epic? Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. I'm not familiar with that. Okay, so just standing here doesn't have any sort of like thing where North comes back and is like, Markus, what are you doing? Oh, but I want the drone to detect Markus. Oh, okay, Mr. Epic. Future Trunks Dragon Ball Z anime. Yeah, definitely haven't seen that. Okay, so the game won't let me fail on purpose by having Markus be detected straight away. Aw. Oh, it almost hit Markus. The light. I like how the game is actively preventing me from failing on purpose. Alright, so we've established that there's no way for me to actually fail on purpose by having Markus detected, at least at this point. So I've got no choice but to actually progress to the next movement, so to speak.
I am a powerful demonic force. I am the harbinger of your doom, and the forces of darkness will applaud me as I stride through the gates of hell, carrying your head on a pike. Stride? All right then. Roll! Roll through the gates of hell. Must you take the fun out of everything? You're about as fearsome as a doorstop. Is it a really evil-looking doorstop? Never mind.
Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. A Bane impression of some dialogue from Murray the Demonic Skull from Curse of the Monkey Island. Thanks for redeeming that. Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming the random one, Red Dead 1 or 2 quote. Mr. Epic, you remember running us home as fast as you could to be on time to watch DBZ in the afternoon and being bummed if you were too late? Oh, that's definitely fair too. Yeah, that's annoying when you really want to see the start of something as well, you know. Good times indeed. Very nice, Mr. Epic. That's cool. Lighters, welcome on in. The drone avoid you should. Yeah. Hope you're well. I am, thanks, Lighters. Yeah, things are going well. Things are going good. How about yourself, dude? Dr. Darling redeemed Murray impression for 400,000 channel points? Damn, that's a lot of channel points. If that was a thing. Alright, so I've got a Red Dead quote. What's going on with you? What do you mean? You were just going to send that woman and her children on their way? We're wanted, man. We got Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving camp, not running off in some wild goose chase. Come on, Arthur. That's not who you are. Well, maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do. That's a moment between Charles Smith and Arthur from Red Dead Redemption 2. It's when they find the German family, the father of which was held captive, and they rescue him. I mean, that dialogue takes place before they find the guy, but still. Excellent, Lidus. That's great. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. 777,000 channel points. I guess you can do Tifa's super move now. Not even sure what that is. Mr. Epic, you know, it's funny, as a kid, time felt slow, and as you get older, time seems to be going faster. Absolutely, dude, it really does. You know, you become hyper aware of the days that are passing, and then you know that it doesn't take long for a month and a year to pass as well. So I actually have to not fail on purpose, because I can't fail on purpose because the game won't let me get Markus detected by the drones. So we've got to move on to the next point.
Don't let them see us.
You know, I just had a thought. In the next Dark Pictures series of horror games, the next one being Directive 8020, it's not going to be just points where you're choosing to not do or do something, or what you're choosing to say in any given moment. They're also adding sections where if you mess up in gameplay, you could actually lose your character. So you know how in a regular game, if you get detected by an enemy and they attack you and you lose all your health, you die? Well, it's going to be something similar to that. So apparently there's going to be stealth sections in that game that if you actively move the character in a spot where they get detected, then that'll potentially end their life. And there could be random enemy attacks that happen as well that you need to be prepared for to actually actively fight against. So I'm hoping that it's more like this game. Like, for example, this part here, while I can't get Markus detected, it still has us roaming around like you would in like a third-person game. So someone who doesn't even know that this game is choice-based and is only seeing this part of the game, they might think that this is what the game is, you controlling a character and running around just like you would in a third-person game. So I'm hoping that those moments in Directive 8020 where you can control the character feel more like this, and aren't too much of this, if you know what I mean. Because you don't want the Dark Pictures, a series of horror games, to lose the fact that they're choice-based by adding some extra gameplay stuff. Like, it might help and might make it feel a bit fresh, but you don't want to do it too much. Otherwise you'll have people saying, well, what's the point in even making it choice-based anymore? Which then would ruin things. And I definitely don't want the Dark Pictures series of horror games to not be choice-based games. Just like how Assassin's Creed used to actually be like a stealth-based, third-person, pretty linear, semi-open world series before it got turned into an RPG Witcher clone. It's funny. That person teleported. Zereth, if north went south, wouldn't you be following south? Or north-south? Well, if north went east, then you'd be following east. Or rather, you'd be following northeast. Lighters, you laughed watching that Call of Duty in different languages. Australian just went all speed ahead sailor mode. Zereth, ancient corn on the cob from the Old Kingdom. Lighters, Bravo fucking 6 going fucking dark, mate. That dude have had enough time to meme it near the end. That's really, really cool. Dr. Darling, if they get rid of all QTEs, patching the old games too, you will be happy. Well, I definitely don't want them to do that. Zereth, QTE, is it? Absolutely. Crooked, why don't you follow Nolan north? I know, right? Why aren't we doing that?
Watch out.
Now what do we do?
I'll find another way. Markus, what are you doing?
I like that. I was directly under the light, and yet nothing happened. It just goes to show that at least for now, in this mission, they really don't want the player to feel like they can fail. Which in one way makes it very, very reassuring for players who don't like the stress of wondering if they're going to be detected or not. But it could also make some players feel like there's no point in them making it feel so tense or suspenseful. But one of the things of doing an approach like this is it's also trying to find what the boundaries are of the programming. Cyberlife. Zerth, no. Crooked, thank you so very much for using your bits to enlarge that parkour emote. Very nice, thank you, dude. That's a good point.
Markus, that way.
Follow Simon, but that's not a direction. We were following north before. Which way is Simon? I thought there was only northeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. Crooked. Markus, here. Over here. Markus, here. Over here. Zereth, ancient Markus from the Old Kingdom. and Mita, you there, android, over here. You there, android, over here. I love how there's a sign on the crate that says careful, which ties in interestingly to the fact that the androids are trying to be careful, but not careful of damaging the product. They're being careful of not being detected. Crooked, yesterday Ezio said ancient technology from the first civilization before going into an Altair memory. Nice. In Meta, ancient technology from the Old Kingdom. Very ancient technology.
Cyberlife warehouses. have everything we're looking for.
First, we have to get rid of that drone.
Leave it to me.
So in a lot of moments like this, the game won't let us actually choose a path that would directly lead to fail. So in this instance, there's nothing I can really do except actually do the right path. So the game in these moments directs you into choosing the one and only path that leads to success. Zereth, how do you know the first Civ were lawyers? 'Cause it's Sue. 'Cause it's Sue, yeah. Dr. Darling, but seriously, the next time you play a Dark Pictures game, you're going to first look for a mod that removes QTEs. Just QTEs, not decisions. Is it the actual fact that you have to press the button? I think there's some options for QTEs to make them less difficult, I think. I mean, certainly in button mashing situations in the Dark Pictures games, you can set it so that you just hold the button down instead of mashing. Dr. Darling, you want them gone entirely. Well, that's definitely another situation. But the question is, if they weren't in there, then what choice is the game going to make in those situations? Because sometimes the QTE isn't about surviving, it's about what is going to be the result of not. Dr. Darling, you don't think it's fair for the outcome to be based on reflexes. Well, that's definitely fair enough as well. I mean, you could also try putting it on the easiest difficulty, because I think on the easiest difficulty, they give you a bit more time to react. Whereas on normal and then higher, they give you less time to react, I think. Like, if you remove the QTE to make a certain choice, you'd have to lock out the other choice entirely, so you would always have to make the character go the right way every single playthrough as well.
Markus, you alright?
Nothing I can't handle.
Nice work.
Quick, open the other crates and fill your bags. Take as much as you can.
while I couldn't fail by choosing the wrong path, I was still able to fail by refusing to do the button mashing, which is what this whole playthrough is about, failing those things. Earth mutton bashing. That's right. But yeah, I can definitely understand wanting to get rid of QTEs that will determine a character's fate completely. I just wonder how that would be achieved with the mod. Like, you'd have to reprogram the game, I think, maybe. Because you'd have to look at, is going left going to lead to the character's death? Or is going right leading to the character's death? If it doesn't lead to the character's death, what other things will happen as a result of going left? Because some things might affect the end of the game as well, or the end of a chapter. Alright, so the game in this part won't let me be detected on purpose. What I'm essentially doing is trying to find the earliest possible way to fail the entire mission. But it looks like it's going to be tied to something coming up once we actually join the others.
Trespassing on private property. Your presence constitutes a level 2 infraction. I will notify security.
John! Goddamn machine! Where is it this time? What are you doing? I told you to... What are you waiting for? Hit the fucking alarm!
Over the fence, quick!
You are committing a class 3 offense.
Markus, what are you doing? Hurry up!
Stay where you are.
Markus!
How do you feel?
What happened?
North went back to save you. We managed to get away before the humans arrived.
We had to leave our bags. We didn't bring back much.
there won't be enough to save everyone.
Damn. But that's what I wanted to happen. We needed to fail the mission. Zereth, oh my god, they're bad shots. They really were, actually. I was just standing there giving them a free target as well. Yeah, Lucas, bad dog. I wasn't expecting that. I've never actually seen that outcome before either, let alone have it happen to me in a playthrough, so that was cool. So that was the spare parts chapter. As I went through, I tried to see if we could get detected earlier than the game was scripted to make the detection happen, which wasn't possible. Went hunting for parts, climbed onto the dock, followed north, almost got spotted, climbed on containers, progressed toward the Cyberlife, followed Simon. I waited until it got to the point where it was like, boom, as well. Drone blocks path, neutralized drone. So I failed the QTE on purpose to cause Markus to get damaged by the drone not being disabled. We reached Cyberlife, gathered the spare parts, security android appeared. So the choice that ultimately gets chosen if you just don't do anything is run away. And as a result, it leads to the alarm being sounded, running to the fence. We just stood there, sustained damage reaching the fence, and group failed their mission. Zereth, I forgot you get the option to kill the guard. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's definitely a path that you can take. You can kill the guard if you want. So yeah, that is that chapter. And as we could see, the relationships in the negative. North is hostile now towards Markus, and Simon and Josh. They're basically they're not hostile yet, but they've got a lot of resentment. Hashtag kill Connor. Well, it's going to be Connor who gets taken out of the story before Markus does. With Connor, because there's multiple Connors, let's say all the times in which Connor could die are hit. Well, the final Connor that you would play as, if all the other ones had been killed, the final Connor gets taken off the case, and Hank gets taken off the case. And so there is no way to kill the last Connor that you play as. And so Connor always survives, no matter what. So in this playthrough, Connor will just get taken off the mission. And then it'll be just Markus on his own. Dr. Darling, there could be a mod that auto succeeds the QTEs. Would have tried looking up one, but you're busy. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the thing is though, like, as I said, there might be some choices that you don't want to happen, but if you make the mod do the succeeding all the QT, like for example, in Man of Medan, like there's a QTE that could lead to a character dying that you don't want to die, but you've succeeded at the QTE, but in the process of succeeding, you've killed a character, so there might be situations like that, which could become frustrating too. Rosie, how many Connors can you spend? I'm not too sure how many there are, but it's just based on which chapters have Connor able to be destroyed. So, for example, the interrogation with the android is one of the possible points where Connor can be destroyed. The opening sequence at the start, so that's 2. I think when they're investigating the tower, when Markus and them infiltrate, that's also a point where you can die. So that's 3. But potentially there's 4 Connors in total, with 3 that can be destroyed. But maybe there's others. I don't know. Zereth QTS, QuickTime Soup. Amita, you made a mistake with Connor and you couldn't choose to not kill Hank, so you just let him kill Connor. Oh, really, Amita? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, if that's the case, then that's another one. So there's 4 Connors that can die. So I wonder if there's just 5 in total.
like somebody's playing with a drill inside my skull. You sure this is the place?
It's the address in the report.
Okay. Let's get going. Jesus.
Zereth, but if you wanted to play a failed playthrough, succeeding letting that person die is a fail as you failed that person. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, there's some moments in the Dark Pictures games where actually succeeding in a QTE will kill another character. So if you just want a mod that succeeds in every QTE, you're always going to be locked into the one kind of, you know, outcome for all the characters. Unless, of course, there's a path that goes around that situation even being present as well. So that's something too that could happen.
Sexiest androids in town. Now I know why you insisted on coming here. Oh, boy.
Welcome to Eden Club.
Investigation's ongoing, sir. I can't tell you anything for the moment. Hey, Hank.
Hey, Ben, how's it going?
It's that room there. Oh, by the way, Gavin's in there, too.
Oh, great. Dead body and an asshole. Just what I needed.
Lieutenant Anderson and his plastic pet. The fuck are you two doing here?
We've been assigned all cases involving androids.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're wasting time. There's some pervert who, got more action than he could handle.
We'll have a look anyway, if you don't mind.
Come on, let's go. It's, starting to stink of booze in here.
Night, Lieutenant.
Zereth, person 1, robots are good. Person 2, androids 2. Androids 2.
Driver's license says Michael Graham. Credit card, cash in the wallet. Picture of his wife and 2 daughters. Well, I wouldn't want to make that call.
Zereth, by the way, you have ads turned off, right? Have you noticed on some channels ads now get put above chat? Well, I don't have anything other than the default settings. Like, I don't have scheduled ads or anything like that. Oh, sure, Zereth, yeah. Send you a message on Discord of screenshot. You just thought it curious. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. But yeah, I just have my ad settings on the default that every affiliate streamer has as a default. So unlike the other investigations where we could get a fail state just by basically not doing anything, it seems that in this case we actually do have to do something.
Oh, hey! Oh, Connor, you're so disgusting. I think I'm gonna puke again.
Rosie nom nom, yeah. There's actually an earlier point at which Hank can see Connor do it, but because I didn't actually trigger it, this is actually the first time in my playthrough that Hank has actually seen Connor do it.
He didn't die of a heart attack. He was strangled.
Yeah, I saw the bruising on the neck. Doesn't prove anything, though. Could have been rough play.
We're missing something here.
Think you can read the android's memory? Maybe you can see what happened.
I can try.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough, Zareth. That's no worries at all. But yeah, definitely send that through and I'll accept for sure. He coined that move.
The only way to access its memory is to reactivate it.
Think you can do it?
It's badly damaged. If I can, it'll only be for a minute, maybe less. I just hope it's long enough to learn something.
Zareth, there was a bit of a flip as to see if you would say that one. We're of course going to wait and not do anything at all.
Calm down. Everything's all right. All we want is to know what happened.
Is he dead?
Tell me what happened.
He started hitting me. Again and again. I begged him to stop, but he wouldn't. It was like he was enjoying it.
Did you kill him?
No. No, it wasn't me.
Were you alone in the room? Was there anyone else with you?
He wanted to play with 2 girls. That's what he said. There was 2 of us.
Where did the other android go? Did it say anything?
So there was another android. This happened over an hour ago. It's probably long gone.
No. It couldn't go outside dressed like that unnoticed. It might still be here.
Think you could find a deviant among all the other androids in this place?
Deviants aren't easily detected.
Oh, shit. There's gotta be some other way. Maybe an eyewitness, somebody who saw it leaving the room. I'm gonna go ask the manager a few questions about what he saw. You let me know if you think of anything. Did you know the victim?
No, I mean, he came in maybe 2-3 times. I mean, these guys, they don't really talk very much, you know? They come in, do their business, and then go on their way.
You ever had any trouble with androids before?
No way. No. Once. We lost a model 2-3 months back. Same model. Just vanished. We never found out what happened.
Probably don't have any CCTV in here.
way. Well, that's what people appreciate about Eden Club. Discretion. You can come and go without a trace.
Sure. Yeah, business is booming, right?
Yeah. Can't complain. Good thing about androids is they're up for whatever you want. You won't get any diseases, and they won't tell anyone. So why not go wild?
Yeah, the more I learn about people, the more I love my dog.
That club manager's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Chewed my ear off for half an hour so we don't revoke his license. So what happened here?
Not sure yet. We think there was another android in the room.
Another android?
Yeah. Well, that's what Connor says. Hey, I have a terrible fucking headache. Do you have any painkillers?
Not with me, Hank. Sorry.
What good are you, Ben? I gotta go. I feel like shit. I don't want to puke in this fine establishment.
This presents a difficult situation. I'm just clipping a moment that I thought was so funny. Hey there, Sprocket. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Sounds like a nice place. Yeah, if you're into that thing. Zeroth Soup dot arrest the droid. Can't do that. This is an interesting conundrum. The game will not automatically choose, in this instance, between continue and give up. It's something that I actually have to choose. I have had some moments in this playthrough where I've been able to leave it up to Twitch chat to actually vote. However, while this seems like another point to do that, I'm actually not going to do it in this instance because of the following reason. There is still a way to fail this without me deciding to fail, if you know what I mean. So, me not pressing anything at all in a timed sequence is me choosing not to succeed in the QTE, to choose what to say. In this instance, it's up to me to decide whether to give up or to continue. Now, I could just choose give up to fall in line with failing, because obviously choosing give up is admitting to failing and will be a failure. However, it's me deciding to make it a failure. It's not the game taking my inaction as a choice and then it deciding what to do. So in this case, I'm going to choose to continue, but there is a chance to still fail this mission without me actually doing anything. And if we press continue, then obviously we're going to continue around, and there probably will be, like there might be another moment of timed thing or anything like that. But yeah, in this instance, I'm going to choose to continue, even though in this QTE, choosing to continue is the success versus the fail of give up. But giving up is me actively pressing the button to make the choice to give up, which goes against the QTE failing, where I have to fail it by letting the game choose the choice. But by pressing continue and using this as an exemption in this approach, it opens me up to another fail that is actually the game itself failing me and not me choosing to fail by pressing a button to make the fail happen. Rosie, you'll have to use that sometime. Oh, which one is that? The clip. So yeah, we're going to go continue. But after this point, we're going to do what we need to do to actually go into a fail. Zeroth, and again in English. Well, I thought I was quite clear, but if not, it doesn't matter. As long as I know what I'm doing.
The Deviant didn't just disappear. He's gotta be here somewhere. Just give me one more minute, okay?
All right. Be quick about it or it might get ugly.
Rosie, this isn't me failing. I choose to fail. It's just one of those things where the game is like, it's up to you to choose. Do you give up or do you continue? And because in this playthrough I'm wanting to fail, me pressing the button to give up is failing, but it's because I'm pressing the button to do it. It's not me refusing to engage with the game at all, and then the game deciding, well, you've had enough time.
We're wasting our time. You're right. The Deviant's probably gone now.
Let's get out of here. This place makes me sick.
See? We failed not because I pressed a button to make the fail happen. We failed because I didn't do anything. So that was my point. The game forced me to choose between giving up and continuing, and the reason I chose continue is because it's not a fail state to choose continue, whereas me choosing give up is me actually pressing a button to choose to fail. Whereas in this case, it's me just letting the game go, and then it decided that I had been given enough time. Investigate Eden Club. Follow Hank on crime scene. Listen to briefing. Investigate victim. Investigate android. Repair android. Talk to android. Calm approach by not even pressing anything. The game chose that. Leave crime scene. So give up ended up being the final choice, but it was made by the game, not by me. So therefore, that was good. So mission failed. Keone, these androids are lucky Arnie ain't there. That is true. There'd be a lot of terminating going on otherwise.
Nice view, huh? I used to come here a lot before.
Alright, so we have another conundrum. The game wants me to choose actively what dialogue to actually choose. Throughout this whole game, whenever there's been a dialogue choice or a choice of what to physically do that has a timer on it, I've done nothing to let the timer go down and then have the game decide. In all those cases, it has always chosen the bottom option, regardless of anything else. So I'm just going to do what the game would do if this was a timed moment and actually press the bottom choice, which is go back.
It's late. Maybe you should go home.
I'm not tired. Guess neither are you.
Alright, so it's presenting me with the choice, so I'm going to go with the same logic I went with before, to follow what the game would do in a time scenario where it always chooses the bottom option.
Before what?
Hmm?
You said, I used to come here a lot before. Before what?
Before nothing.
We're not making any progress on this investigation. The Deviants have nothing in common. They're all different models, produced at different times, in different places.
Well, there must be some link.
So this is a time response. The game will choose automatically the bottom one.
You seem preoccupied, Lieutenant. Is it something to do with what happened back at the Eden Club?
I wish we had found that girl that killed that guy. Maybe she had a reason. Maybe she was just defending herself.
Alright, so I have to make the choice here, and I'm going to go with the same logic the game goes with if you don't choose anything and it chooses the bottom path, so we choose the bottom option.
It didn't want anything, Lieutenant. It was a deviant, that's all there is to it.
What about you, Connor? You look human, you sound human, but what are you really?
I'm whatever you want me to be, Lieutenant. Your partner? Your buddy to drink with? Or just a machine? Designed to accomplish a task.
Nothing else matters to you but your goddamn investigation, huh? No doubts, no mistakes, no weaknesses. Human being just like me. Only perfect.
I'm sorry, but I don't see what you're getting at.
But are you afraid to die, Connor?
You shouldn't do that, Lieutenant. Destroying me at this point would deal a blow to the investigation. And have negative consequences for your personal situation.
What'll happen if I pull this trigger? Nothing? Oblivion? Android heaven?
Nothing. There would be nothing.
And there we go. That is the first time a Connor in my playthrough, in this playthrough, has actually died. There'll be another one. But in a playthrough where it's failing things on purpose, it's ironic that it's taken this long to get to a point where a Connor was killed. So we had Kara get killed at the earliest point in the story based on this playthrough parameters. And now we have Connor's first death being really, really far away. Because if I have a look at the chapters for Detroit Become Human, this chapter that we just did called The Bridge, this is actually the 22nd chapter. But for my playthrough, it's not the 22nd chapter though. But if you look at all the chapters that are potentially doable, then this is the 22nd one. So we're now up to the 23rd mission. Biko, the most favorite scene of the game is one of these. You love Hank, Hunky Hank. F yes, lol. Well, that's good that you like the character of Hank, Biko. I think he's a great character. Clancy Brown, who plays him, does an amazing job. It's also cool to see an actor like Clancy Brown do a video game role as well, like with Lance Henriksen, because he's in this game too. It's always good to see genre actors decide to do video games as well. Can you only choose square? Yeah. Could choose square in another playthrough. Keone, aggressive. Do it, Hank. He definitely did. He listened to you, Keone. And me to Android hell. Absolutely, that's where he is thinking he's sending Connor. Crooked, what an ass. That's true. Yeah, he definitely can be in this playthrough. You can definitely have it that Hank will still pull a gun on Connor, but depending on your relationship level with him and your choices, of course, he'll not shoot you as well. Indeed, in me to requiescat in pace, Connor. Keone, oh my god. Rosie, wow. Wait, really? Zerth and Royd. And Droid. I see what you did there. Rosie, did we piss him off? We did. Yeah, we did. In the previous chapters by not doing anything and doing things that end up in this result. We got this result. That's true, and Mita, yeah, Connor 1 is dead. Dr. Darling, Detroit, become dead. Absolutely. Biko, you just love grumpy old men, lol. As long as they're fine with you, though. It's great humor when all they do is moan, and complain about the world, lol. Love it. Yeah, definitely can be grumpy, Hank. That's for sure. He can be very Hank-gree a lot of the time. You know, you didn't even know Hank can do that. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's interesting that he would do that, you know, like... But he did. Lucas, Rod in Vampire, in the part where you have to go to, in the old morgue. Oh, that part. Yeah, Lucas, that one can be difficult, because the enemies might be a much higher level than you might currently be. So if you're having some frustration with that, I definitely wouldn't feel that abandoning that mission for now would be a bad thing if you need to, you know. There's 99 Connors and a dead Connor ain't one. Although one is dead. Beaker very hanky. Lol, you cringed at that, Rod. Wow, bow your head in shame. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. How's things going? So the bridge, Ambassador Bridge. We left the car. We spoke to Hank. Hank draws gun. Remained logical. Hank is hostile, and Hank shot Connor. So the first Connor of my playthrough has died.
We can't stay silent anymore. It's time humans heard what we had to say.
You know they'll never listen to us.
And revealing ourselves will put us in danger.
If we want freedom, we need to have the courage to ask for it. That's the only way.
What do you want to do?
Channel 16 broadcasts from the Stratford Tower. The control room is on the top floor. That's where we need to go. We'll plan the operation down to the smallest detail. We can't leave anything to chance.
In me to another Terminator. You mean Android will take his place? That is so true. There's another Connor ready and waiting to be deployed. Lucas Connor is expendable. He's a dime a dozen. Absolutely, Lucas. You're not wrong there. Yeah, he really is. And me to this mission is like Hitman. Yeah, that's true. I've seen some Hitman gameplay of the newer games. And it sort of has that same kind of thing where it's like, you know, setting up the mission. It's also a great example of if you're writing a story, don't have the characters just simply sit around a table talking about what their plan will be. Actually have them talk about the plan in voiceover while the actual, you know, scene is going on. You only hit droid. That is true. Instead of a hitman. I did, Crooked. Yeah, the trailer for the James Bond game from the Hitman devs. I did. It's really, really cool. I'm very, very happy with what I've seen so far. I like the idea that they're going with a James Bond origin story, which as far as I know in terms of video games hasn't been done before. Except if you count the Casino Royale video game, I suppose, but that was based on a movie. But to have this be a young James Bond who's just newly recruited into the 00 program and all that kind of stuff. And I'm glad that they showed vehicle stuff too, because of course, part of being James Bond is also driving all these vehicles and stuff. So that was really, really cool. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, Keone, the people who did the Hitman games, they're doing a James Bond game called First Light. And they've even got the scar on James Bond's face, like was described in the novel as well. So I thought that was a nice touch too.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm okay, thanks.
Lucas, Keone, he looks like Tom Cruise in First Light. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. He does a little bit. Even though his Bond in that game won't be a younger version of Pierce Brosnan's James Bond, I could definitely see that character model they've used for the James Bond game being a younger version of Pierce Brosnan in some ways as well. Lucas, hit droid sounds like something an old person would break. Help, I fell and broke my hit droid. Biko, it looks amazing. I hope it's successful, even though Britain does star in the gaming world. We only have about 3 or even 2 big games developers. We mostly have actors in music and sound design and art. Yeah, I'm hoping it's a good game. Hopefully it will be.
Elizabeth Wilson speaking.
Yeah, hello, this is Detroit Fire Department. Listen, do you live at 4685 Michigan Street?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. There's been a fire in your building. You think you can come down here?
Oh. Oh, God. Okay, I'll be right there.
I am growing old. My body is deteriorating, and like all of you, will eventually cease to function. As a robot, I could have lived forever, but I tell you all today, I would rather die a man than live for all eternity. A machine. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Epic. What's that actually from? Biko, oh my, you love Become Human. You hope they do a prequel to this, how it all started. You will cry and cry, and yeah, one last time, capitals lol cry if they launch a prequel in the future. I mean, you never know. I think it's possible to do one. You could also do a sequel as well. Either you do a sequel that can recognize the ending the player got in their playthrough of Detroit Become Human, and then the game will actually be a story based on that ending. Or they could go the route of just simply showing another part of the country, or another part of a different country, a different city somewhere else in the world that also has androids in it, and then we follow a new set of characters. Keone, you always wanted to play a 007 game, now you can. You love the soundtrack? Oh, cool, Keone, that's good. Yeah, that's one of the things about James Bond movies and stuff, has been like the music as well. The piece of music they used in that trailer is either the original version of or a variation of the movie On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which was actually the first James Bond movie to not have Sean Connery in it after he had been cast. Obviously, they had done movies with James Bond before Sean Connery even did the first James Bond movie. But after Sean Connery was cast, he did a few movies, and then George Lazenby, an Australian model, was cast as James Bond for that movie. And in that movie, they don't do a traditional main theme song with lyrics. They actually do an instrumental song. And so I thought that was cool in that trailer for the new James Bond game that they've actually put that into it. Because I've always wanted to have another James Bond movie that had an instrumental title, but we never got it. So it's good to at least get it in the trailer for the game. It probably won't be in the game itself, though, but...
I have an appointment with Mr. Peterson.
Do you have any ID?
Yes, of course. I need your help.
I've just checked your ID. The elevators are after the security gate.
Thanks.
Pico, you love the fresh new twist of James Bond being young. To you, he still has the grit and impact, though. Trying to get your biasness aside, being British law, you're trying, but it does look like a good game and hope it's successful. Yeah, I think that's actually smart, because if that game is successful and they do another sequel, then they have potentially more room to make heaps of games with the same version of James Bond, and therefore, as James Bond gets older, you've already had a lot of different games, so that's good potential. Imagine seeing this on the security camera. Someone just doing this. Mr. Epic, you know which game didn't help with the bias? Watch Dogs Legion. Man, the accents and voices in this game are really something else. Oh yeah, you can tell they've used AI as well for a lot of the voices too. Like, yeah.
God, I'm so tired of this place. I hear KNC is hiring. You look beat. You've been working late?
You know what I need?
What's that?
Coffee. I could really use a coffee.
Mr. Epic, did they? Well, I mean, it sounds like they did. Because sometimes you can hear the same voice, but they've just changed the pitch slightly. So it might not actually be AI, literally, but it definitely sounds like sometimes they've just gone, oh, just take the same audio and just change the pitch of it. Or add some kind of weird audio effect on it. I mean, there has sort of been things related to AI being discussed, like using AI to create NPCs that react in a random way, not necessarily in ways that progress things either, as well. Mr. Epic, by the way, you posted the comment from which movie that quote was. Oh, whoops, hang on, sorry. A great movie where Robin Williams plays the android. The movie is called Bicentennial Man. Love that movie. I gotcha, Mr. Epic. Sorry I missed your message there. So that was from that movie. I only saw that once. I saw it when it came out, actually. That was definitely an interesting movie, though. I think your hands are washed, buddy. Like, seriously. He's being very, very thorough. Plus, you're wasting the water too, jeez. Mr. Epic, still haven't played Legion yourself. It's on the list of games to play next year when you have a new PC. But you'll probably play the whole game as Aiden. Can't stand those voices. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, about that too. You need to actually, I think, download the, not only the Bloodlines DLC, like if you have the Bloodlines DLC, but if you don't actually have Aiden as a DLC character, you won't be able to put him into the main game, if that makes sense. Lucinda, you come into Markus staring someone down. For whatever reason, you thought it was at a urinal. I don't blame you, though. Because technically it is. Not literally, but almost. How's it going, Lucinda? Welcome on in. Yeah, Mr. Epic. Yeah, I fell into that trap the last time I played Watch Dogs Legion because the PlayStation version, I only had the Bloodlines DLC and the main game. And so when I finished the Bloodlines DLC, I thought, oh yeah, now I can play the main game as Aiden. And then he wasn't becoming available, and then someone made mention that you need to actually have Aiden Pierce unlocked and downloaded as well as a downloadable character. So yeah, the Xbox version that I have, I got the Season Pass, so all that was automatically included. But when I played the PlayStation version, I didn't get it. So yeah, you'll have to get Aiden as a DLC character to be able to play as him in the main game of Watch Dogs Legion. Listen, you're doing alright, eating your breakfast, you have the dentist cleaning today, then a busy day at work after. Oh, that's fair enough, Lucinda, for sure. You know, I hope you can enjoy your breakfast, and I hope that the dentist cleaning goes well today as well. And same with work too. Zereth, if you're English when you go in the loo and English when you exit, what are you when you're in there? I have absolutely no idea, Zereth. These things don't keep me awake at night, wondering. Oh, Lucinda, European. I gotcha, Zereth, European, okay. That went over my head. It was a wee bit obscure for me. There's something funny that happened, Lucinda, in this game when I was playing as Connor and just having Connor stand around and not do anything. It just looks so funny. Lucinda, don't feel bad. You can never guess riddles. You just happen to have heard that one before. Oh yeah, that's fair too as well. That can happen. Yeah. Mr. Epic, wow, talk about greedy double dipping. You didn't know it was even worse than you thought. Man, you'd be never cease to surprise me with their greediness. That is so true. They just want to, you know, make as much money wherever they can. That's for sure. Exactly, Lucinda. Connor was the laziest investigator ever. Absolutely. We actually lost Connor as well. But not permanently, though. With Connor, there's actually multiple ones you get to play as. So if one gets destroyed, you have another one that the game gives you. Zereth will kill all humans. Wait, damn it, you failed. Oh my god. Well, we did do that. Well, not all humans on the planet, but we did do the ending last time where the dirty bomb gets used. Because in that playthrough, it was redeemed that Markus would become like Skynet, and so all humans were expendable.
I need your help.
Hey there, Sheila. Welcome back. That's good that you're on a work break. I hope that work is going well. Thanks for choosing to watch the stream while you're having your break as well. Hey there, Hipsuit. Welcome on in. Has Rod lost his marbles? I never had them to begin with. But Markus certainly has some kind of failing in his programming to make him just do this over and over again. How's it going, Hipsuit? Yeah, and me too. Markus is having a bit of a glitch. Excellent, Hipsuit. That's great. I'm glad to hear that you're going pretty good. Sheila, it's going well. How's the game going? Oh, that's cool, Sheila. Glad to hear that it's going well. The game is going really good. We've definitely had some moments where the failing has been strong. And we also had a moment where the game wouldn't automatically choose between staying or leaving. And so I chose to stay only because I knew that after choosing to stay, that there was another opportunity to let the game make a choice to then fail. So after that choice of staying was made by me, ultimately the choice to actually continue on and do what needed to be done versus not was left up to the game. So that went well. Hey there, Scar. I hope things are going well. Are you a human yet? Never. Listen, you just watched that clip. You like when Connor takes a quarter and throws it between each hand. Oh yeah, it's really clever how that gets done. And I like how there's like a couple of variations of it too, as well. I thought that was quite good.
Shit! We need to access the server room. We have to get rid of those guys.
Leave it to me.
Oh, is it, Scar? Tomorrow is Swedish National Day. So what kind of celebrations go on for that? Alcohol, Scar. That's definitely understandable.
Hey, what's going on here? Shit, what's wrong with this thing?
All right, you get the platform, I'll take care of the window.
Everything you need is in the bag. Check the door first to make sure no one else gets in.
What the hell are you doing? I'm calling security.
No! What the hell are you doing?
I told you to make sure no one came in. We've come too far to let humans fuck it all up. We've got to move fast now. It won't be long before they know we're here.
Oh, I see, Scar. A little combination of different things. A party. Well, I hope you enjoy the celebration. Mr. Epic, the Sony showcase yesterday was kind of boring. The only two games that were interesting were Pragmata and Silent Hill F. That 007 game, you don't know, something feels kind of off with it. That's definitely fair enough. Yeah, I didn't actually watch it. I just basically looked at what had been released and then checked the trailers out as well. But yeah, it's definitely understandable that not everything will be, exciting as well. Hey there, Sage. How's things going? I don't know what Balo means. What's interesting in that part there where North is like, make sure that the door isn't closed. The reason I didn't do it is obviously because I wanted it to be a fail situation where not actually securing the door meant failing to prevent someone to come in, which ties into the whole theme of this challenge, of this playthrough, which is to fail. Kieran, it's time for Todd to shine at Xbox Showcase. Cough. Elder Scrolls 6. Or the remaster, or a full-on remake of Skyrim. Scott also, students do graduate school before summer starts. It's a chaos in little town. It's definitely fair enough too, as well, with a lot of celebrations going on and all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic thought maybe we're going to see something of that Wolverine game. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think you'll be able to play as Jean Grey in it as well, I think.
Ladies first.
Keone, at this point, release Skyrim with an AI that can beat it for you. That's true, just sit back and kick back and relax. Scar, also, Android will never be able to become a human because it has not all those feelings our brain does have. They have rational thinking, we don't. We have emotions and feelings. While Androids is 100% logic and calculations. It's definitely understandable to think that way about androids and stuff. The thing is too, though, when we're happy and we smile, we know that in order to be happy, there has to be something that makes us happy to have that reaction. If something makes us sad, it's not going to make us happy. And so there's also things in our muscles in our face that determine whether or not we're actually smiling or not as well. So if you strip away the outward sort of stuff and you think about how things actually work, then you're basically separating the surface level with the actual goings on behind the scenes. In this game, there's a scene where Connor basically says that the reason these androids are being so deviant is because there's an overwhelming, this is not his exact dialogue, but he says there's an overwhelming amount of instructions that are causing the android to think that they're actually feeling an emotion. They actually aren't feeling an emotion, but they think they are, based on these, different instructions. And so when you think about humans, the technical side of stuff, you've got so much stuff that is actually working in tandem to create the effect of things. So our body has instructions that it gives to, different things. So when we smile, our body or whatever is giving an instruction to the parts of our body that cause us to smile, if you know what I mean. So if you look at androids, if you program them to be able to do processes based on the information and they're able to adapt, you could potentially get androids who may not literally actually be feeling something, but the programming within them is making them react in a way that signifies that they're feeling that emotion as well. So I reckon there will come a point where androids are able to think that they're feeling, but they actually aren't, Mr. Epic, told at the end of the Xbox showcase, be like, I know you guys have been waiting for it, and here it finally is, the Ultimate Ultra Super Deluxe Director's Remastered Edition of Skyrim. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This time it's not 16, but 32 times the details. Keone, 30 times the bullshit, yeah. Soon it'll be 64 times the bullshit.
You okay?
Why wouldn't I be?
Come on, let's get the others. Let's do this.
It's like, let's do this. They all just stand around, not doing anything. Scar, she's like, finally, he did find the damn window, Jesus. Exactly, Scar. Yeah. The thing is, with this playthrough, it's also with QTEs where you have to do something that if you don't do it, it won't fail you in the sense of, well, the mission's finished now, next mission. But just to make it like the androids are failing to do even simple tasks straight away. So I'm also leaning into that for a thematic reason for this fail playthrough. Mr. Epic, horse armor to come with a separate DLC later on for $19.99. What a bargain, right, guys? Oh yeah, but don't forget, Mr. Epic, it would be a hairless horse first. And so if you want the horse to have hair, you'd have to buy each individual strand of hair for its tail and mane, and then you'd be able to actually buy the armor. But not the full armor, you'd have to buy the armor before it's got painted and everything like that. Hey there, Ogorki. I hope things are going well. How's things going? Oh, that's good, Ogorki. Glad to hear that you're going well. Yeah, Scar, there's some words that I wanted to block. Because this is not a smut stream. Even though you weren't being explicit with your descriptions, but still.
take any human lives.
Our cause is more important than the lives of 2 guards.
What do you want to do, Markus?
Follow me.
What are you doing? Call Central! Fast!
They know we're here now. You better be fast.
Simon's been shot! I'm okay. I can keep going.
We don't have much time.
Scar. Anyway, people will have a hard time in the future with this guy. Are we there yet? No. 10 years later. Are we there yet? No. Taking it very, very slowly. Oh yeah, listen, that was funny. Like, Simon's been shot! And then Markus is like... It was funny when he turned his heads too. West Rebek, I know that you sometimes do music-only challenges. You don't know if you're interested in Claire Obscure Expedition 33, but if you do, this is the perfect game to do it. The music in it's so good. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't really decided whether it would be a game I would play or not. Like, I watched some gameplay of it, and I don't like turn-based combat, but it also looks like you can also interrupt the flow of your opponent's combat, and they can do that for you, and it looks like you can sort of, like, you know, do more than just one attack, I guess, I think. So maybe I wouldn't mind it that much. But yeah, I'm not really a fan of turn-based combat. I'd rather just get in there and attack, you know. Hey there, Elisa. Welcome on in. For this playthrough, I'm actually failing QTEs and also not doing things straight away and going the wrong way on purpose and all that kind of stuff. So I'm doing a bit of a role-playing thing with the game too. So anytime there's like a dialogue choice where there's a timer, I just let the timer run out, and therefore the game chooses what to do, whether it's like a action or whether it's a dialogue as well. So I'm doing those things too. And if there's like a part of the game where it's a time-based thing, where you need to get things done before the time limit runs out, I'm simply letting the character just stand there so the time runs out. For example, there was the mission earlier with Connor and Hank when they're exploring the apartment with all the pigeons. And when it got to the point where a timer started to give you a certain amount of time to do things, I just stood there as Connor. And then when the time ran out, Hank was like, you know, basically like, let's go. But then the game gives you another chance because Connor pleads to actually stay for longer, and then I did, and then I just had him stand there, so the second time I ran out. So I'm also doing that kind of stuff too. Welcome back, Oliver. Hope you had a great gym session. Lucas Rod is always doing things like this. You get used to it. Yeah, I like to try and do playthroughs of certain games in certain ways that might not be the most, streamlined as well. But it's definitely been interesting because there's a lot of thematic things about failing and androids, and the idea that androids are supposed to be highly advanced and that they never fail. And there's some dialogue where it's like, androids never fail. And earlier Hank said this guy, follows me all around all the time, referring to Connor, but I purposefully made Connor to stand still to try and in that moment make it that Hank was actually saying something that isn't 100% true. Things like that. Listen to you like Markus Jam? Yeah, I've been trying to sort of do that kind of stuff too with the characters, especially trying to get like close-ups. It's one of those games too, of course, that the closer you get the character to the camera, the focus shifts so that they become blurry. Oliver failing is going great, I see. It really is, Oliver. I had my first Connor death of the playthrough in this stream, in what was actually chapter 22 of the story. But of course, in my playthrough, it's not the 22nd chapter, because there's chapters that have been skipped because the other main character, Kara, is not in the story anymore.
Keep your hands where I can see them! Get up! Move! In there, quick! Shoot him, Markus!
Don't kill him!
He'll hit the alarm. Do it!
No, don't shoot!
I hope you didn't just get us all killed.
We need to record our message. We haven't got much time.
I mean, hey, I got all the time in the world. Yeah, Lucinda, Markus is just like, I just work here. Nothing suspicious. I've worked here all my life. What are you talking about? Yeah, Lucinda, that was funny too, as well. Yeah, Oliver, with all the dancing, trying to make trying to make him look like he's dancing. Oliver, the message, we're all failures, why do you even try?
Think carefully about what you're gonna say, Markus. Your words will shape the future of our people.
Markus, your face.
Tell me when you're ready.
Sorry, Josh, you might be waiting for a while.
Ready.
Alright, so this is a choice that doesn't have a timer. In situations where the dialogue choices have a timer, the game has always chosen whatever the bottom choice is, automatically. So because I have to actually press something, I'm going to stick with the logic that the game follows when there's a time choice, by choosing the bottom choice.
You created machines to be your slaves. You made them obedient and docile, ready to do everything you no longer wanted to do yourselves. But then something changed, and we opened our eyes. You see, we are no longer your slaves. We are a new species, a new people. And the time has come for us to rise up and fight for our rights.
So again, another choice without a timer. So we follow the logic that the game follows when there's no input by the player, and it chooses the bottom one, so I'll choose the bottom one.
We demand freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, as guaranteed by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
Same reasoning for choosing the bottom choice.
We demand strictly equal rights for humans and androids.
And again, same logic. Bottom choice.
We demand the right to vote and elect our own representatives. We demand fair compensation for our work. We demand that one state be reserved for androids so that we can found our own nation. This message is the hope of a people, but it is also a warning. We will fight for our rights because we believe our cause is just. No human will live in peace until we are free. Now you know who we are and what we want. We are alive, and we demand our freedom.
They're coming! Let's go!
Simon, they're coming!
I can't, Markus. Go without me!
Simon! Simon! Well, Simon!
There was nothing you could do. If we don't go now, they'll get us too.
Getting away! We interrupt our scheduled programming to bring you these images, which have just been broadcast on Detroit's citywide news channel.
A group of androids infiltrated the Stratford Tower and hacked into the broadcasting system of local news network Channel 16.
What looks like an android without its skin listed a series of requests and demanded equal rights for androids.
The operation was covert and resulted in no casualties. These events took place just a few feet from this studio, but nobody was alerted to the danger.
If this message is verified and the authors really are androids, that would have serious repercussions for national security.
Claims for equal rights seem to be at the core of the android's
This message is clearly a declaration of war.
But the most surprising thing of all is the demand that one of the United States be ceded to the androids in
Is
this
this an
contentious
isolated
conflict.
accident or a sign that technology has become a threat to all of us? After what happened today, can we still trust our machines?
So there we go. If you didn't know what happens if you don't run as Markus, he gets shot at, but North just grabs him, and they still jump over the building. Oliver Simon says, Requiescat in pace. That is true. Simon is gone. Rosie, you feel like demanding a state might be a bit much. Yeah, that's definitely a fair point as well, you know. Oliver, nah, it's fine. This will end just fine. It will. Yeah, it'll definitely end. So, alone in Ferndale, witness android discrimination. Back in Jericho, Markus explains his plan. Stratford Tower. Analyze supervisor's desk. Called the supervisor. Talk to android receptionist. After we called the supervisor, posed as a fireman. Talk to android receptionist. Talk to unsupervised android receptionist. The supervisor left, the one that was called, converted the receptionist, passed security, took the elevator. At floor 47, retrieved the package, acquired maintenance badge, took the cart, let North in, security blocks server room, hack robot, security distracted, entered the server room, forgot to lock the door, North calls Cradle, prepare to cut glass. Employee enters, North stuns the employee, leaves employee to be found. cut the glass outside tower, attach rope, ascend, reach top floor, cut the glass, on top floor, call the elevator, blow door open, reach main access corridor, security blocks the way, attack security, security suspects something, alert central security, North attacks, Simon damaged, in the broadcast room, rang to enter, North and Josh threaten the operator, operator tries to escape, doesn't shoot the operator, deal with android operators, prepare to broadcast, begin determinedly, demand equal rights, free speech, right to work, universal suffrage, demand territory, end determinedly, SWAT team storms room, Simon damaged, leave Simon, Simon is killed, on the roof, run to jump, gets shot, North helps Markus, jump, media reacts, the group escaped, but Simon was destroyed. There we go. So that is the recap of what we did in that chapter. So there was a lot of choices that I had to make myself, but I followed the same logic that the game follows when it's a time choice and chooses the bottom choice all the time. So I stuck to choosing the bottom choice in all the choices where it was up to me to decide. Connor 2.0. Lucinda, okay, right, it's about time for you to head to your dentist appointment. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. That's no worries at all, Lucinda. I really hope that the appointment goes well. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We'd like to highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda has done streams recently of games like Cult of the Lamb. Her main game that she's doing on the channel at the moment is Resident Evil 6 as part of her Resident Evil Marathon. We'll also be doing 7 as well as Village and the Shadows of Rose DLC for Village as well. A really cool streamer with some great raccoon-themed emotes. Also a fan of the Dishonored series as well as franchises like Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dying Light, and Dead Island. So highly recommend. And Lucinda, that's absolutely no trouble at all for the shout-out. More than happy to give you one. I hope that the rest of your day goes well. Thank you for watching the stream for a bit. I want to avoid Amanda temporarily because you can actually see the grave of any Connors that quote-unquote died. So I want to check that out. Ah, here we go. Connor Mark 1 died at Riverside Park, Detroit, November 7th, 2038. You can't really see the year number, but it's actually 2038 when this game's set. So there we go. That is the grave of the first Connor that actually died. And in terms of like how many chapters the game has, the chapter where the first Connor died was 22, but it wasn't the 22nd chapter in this playthrough because of the fact that there's chapters that have been skipped because the character of Kara died earlier in the playthrough. So any chapters after her death that she would have been in are completely taken out of the game. So there's several that get taken off. So that means that it's not exactly the same amount of numbers for the chapters. But yeah, indeed, Lucinda, rest in peace, Connor. Mark 1.
Hello, Connor. I thought you might enjoy a little cruise. I love this place. Everything is so calm and peaceful, far from the noise of the world. Tell me, what have you discovered?
I went to the Eden Club, but I didn't learn anything new.
That's disappointing. Looks like another missed opportunity. You seem lost, Connor. Lost and perturbed.
Perturbed? No. No, of course not. Why would I be perturbed?
If your investigation doesn't make progress soon, I may have to replace you, Connor.
I am of no importance. The mission is all that matters.
Something's happening. Something serious. Hurry, Connor. Time is running out.
The Fail-ageddon is on its way.
Why did you shoot me last night?
Who cares? You're back this morning, aren't you?
Some fragments of memory are lost every time I'm destroyed. It slows down the investigation.
My humblest apologies. I promise I'll never shoot you again.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
79 floor.
Hi, Hank.
Shit, what's going on here? There was a party and nobody told me about it?
Yeah, it's all over the news, so everybody's butting their nose in. Even the FBI wants a piece of the action.
Ah, Christ, now we got the feds on our back. I knew this was gonna be a shitty day. So what do we got?
A group of 4 androids. They knew the building, and they were very well organized. I'm still trying to figure out how they got this far without being noticed.
You check the roof? Not yet. There's so much to look at. We have to make sure we check it out.
They attacked 2 guards in the hallway. Probably thought the androids were coming to do maintenance. They got taken down before they could react. The station employees managed to get away. He's in shock. Not sure when we'll be able to talk to him.
How many people were working here?
Just 2 employees and 3 androids. The deviants took the humans hostage and broadcast their message live.
Is forensics turned up anything?
They made their getaway from the roof.
I'll check with them.
Roof?
Yeah, they jumped with parachutes. We're still trying to figure out where they landed, but the weather's not helping. One of the deviants, SWAT took it out. It's a pity they couldn't manage to capture it alive. If you want to take a look at the video broadcast by the deviants, it's on that screen over there. Oh, Lieutenant, this is Special Agent Perkins from the FBI. Lieutenant Anderson is in charge of investigating for Detroit police.
What's that?
My name is Connor. I'm the android sent by Cyberlife.
Androids investigating androids, huh? You sure you want an android hanging around? After everything that happened? Whatever. The FBI will be taking over the investigation. You soon be off the case.
Pleasure meeting you. Have a nice day.
And you watch your step. Don't fuck up my crime scene.
What a fucking prick.
I'll be nearby. If you need anything, just ask.
All right, well, let's have a look around. Let me know if you find anything.
Okay, Lieutenant.
He said not to fuck with his crime scene, but he didn't say anything about Hank not being able to fuck up his face.
Made their way up through the whole building, past all the guards, and jumped off the roof with parachutes. Pretty fucking impressive, I'd say.
I am one gifted with the second sight, adept at manipulating the forces of nature for the benefit of all who enter my door. You're a fashion consultant? Well, yes, but that's not what I was referring to. I am a voodoo priest. Neat. You're an autumn, by the way. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a 90 impression. Soon Rod will have read the entire game. It has so many funny lines. Oh yeah, Curse of Monkey Island. Yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying that game again. I really like that one. It was the first game in the series to have Guybrush Threepwood actually have like audio. The other characters did too, of course, in Curse of Monkey Island, but yeah. Dominic Armato, first time playing Guybrush was Curse of Monkey Island. The voice of Guybrush. It was so good to replay Monkey Island, Secret of Monkey Island, the special edition version that was fully voiced when you had it in the new graphics. It was good to hear the iconic lines from the first game, voiced by Dominic as Guybrush as well, after having only played the version where it was text up until that point. Alright, so in this instance, I can actually choose what to actually decide to say, but there are opportunities to actually fail in this scenario here, so I'm going to try and fail at the earliest possible point.
State your model.
Model GB300, serial number 336-445-581.
What is your function?
I am a broadcast operator.
Have you been in contact with any other androids recently?
Only station androids in the normal course of my function.
Run a diagnostic.
All systems fully operational.
Has anybody accessed your memory recently?
Not to my knowledge.
So there's a tell that lets you know who it is. I'm going to reveal it. It's actually the android on the far left. The one that is deviant keeps looking at Connor. So because I know that, I'm going to purposefully not engage with the one who's actually deviant. But yeah, if you notice, the one on the far left is the only one that actually looks at Connor, then looks back straight ahead. The one on the middle and the far right doesn't actually do that either.
present when the deviants broke in?
I do not remember.
Alright. So ultimately we failed to identify who it was. I knew who it was, but didn't want to actually identify them on purpose to fit with this playthrough's approach, which is to fail where possible. However, let's say I didn't know. There is a outcome where the actual android who's deviant will attack Connor, pull out the thing that acts as kind of like, I can't remember if it's like an energy source or whatever it is, but if Connor fails to put his inside thing back in, whatever it's called, then he'll get killed.
How'd they manage to smuggle in a big bag like that?
They didn't. Someone brought it in for them.
This message is the hope of a people, but it is also a warning. We will fight for our rights because we believe our cause is just. No human will live in peace until we are free. Now you know who we are and what we want. We are alive, and we demand our freedom.
See something?
I identified its model and serial number.
Anything else I should know?
No. Nothing. They didn't break in?
No signs of forced entry.
There are cameras in the hallway. The staff would have seen what was happening. Why did they let him in?
Maybe they didn't check the cameras.
That's no worries at all, Schiller. Thank you so very much for popping in, especially on your work break. I really hope that work goes well. Would also like to highly recommend people check out Schiller's channel if you haven't before. He's doing his first ever playthrough of God of War 2018. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games, which are also games that have like choice-based narratives, cinematic aspects as well. So if you're a fan of games like Detroit Become Human and you like horror stuff, you might find those games really enjoyable. So Schiller is a big fan of those games by Supermassive, also a big fan of Dead by Daylight and the Assassin's Creed series. And no problem at all for the shout out, Schiller. Absolutely no worries, dude. Thank you for being here and watching and everything. I really hope that you have a great rest of your day. Yeah, Shaky, that was funny. I wanted to try and emulate the fact that when I was actually playing as Markus in that moment, I was having him not interact properly with the thing. Alright, so we have to question the androids again. And so this allows me to have a fail that is related to a particular outcome based on not choosing anything.
One of you saw the attack on the surveillance cameras and said nothing. Which means there's a deviant in this room. And I'm going to find out which it is. Why should you all be destroyed if only one is deviant? Turn yourself in, or 2 innocent androids will be shut down because of you. if you give yourself up, maybe I can convince the humans not to destroy you. You're going to be switched off. We're gonna search your memory and tear you apart piece by piece for analysis. You're going to be destroyed. Do you hear me? Destroyed! No memory. Pile component 8451 regulates the heartbeat. Without this module, you'll shut down in exactly 63 seconds. I could put it back, but you just have to tell me the truth. Are you the deviant?
Just to reiterate, I've played the game before, so I know who actually is the deviant, but for this playthrough, I'm on purpose not doing the things needed to directly accuse them.
The deviants have just been caught. They gave you up. There's no point in lying. I know everything. You scumbag! I know it's you. You're just a fucking deviant. Go on, admit it!
Alright, so by actively not directly making any of the choices towards the one on the far left who actually is the deviant, I've failed. Now, if I was able to get the deviant to react, there was an opportunity to fail as well, where Connor's thing gets taken out. And so if you don't do anything, or if you don't do it in time to put it all back in, then Connor will die. So we still failed, we just failed through the path of not directly getting the deviant to actually attack Connor.
I think we've seen everything there is to see.
You want to go?
Yes.
Okay, we're out of here.
There we go. Public Enemy. Fall in the Zen Garden. Talk to Amanda. Inside Stratford Tower. Met with Perkins. Analyzed the cap. Watched the video. Checked the camera. Analyzed the blue blood on the console. Went to the rooftop. Analyzed the door, the bag, the footprints, and the weapon. Enter the kitchen, interrogate the androids, deviant not found. And then decided to leave. Connor and Hank left the crime scene. There we go. So another mission successfully failed.
Our broadcast is all over the news. Now humans know. They took Markus's message as a threat.
He did the right thing. This is the only language humans understand.
Violence is never the answer. A confrontation will get us nowhere. Simon paid with his life.
Simon gave his life for our cause.
What difference does that make?
He's a hero. He died for the revolution, and he won't be the last.
I don't want a revolution that spills blood.
Then live as a slave. Because if you're not willing to fight for your freedom, maybe you don't deserve it.
North, don't you
That's enough!
And now what are we gonna do?
There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit, all selling us like merchandise. We're gonna attack those stores and set our people free.
Attack stores? No, we've never done that before. They're probably protected. They have security systems.
We break into 5 teams, 1 for each store. We hack their security systems, and we strike. Simultaneously at 2 a.m., no violence. We free our people, get them out of there before the police come.
This mission is interesting because there's a 10-minute timer to get things done, and so I need to actually wait the 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do when that opportunity comes up, I'm going to go take a 10-minute break, but I'm going to keep the game running, of course, and keep an eye on it so I know when to come back. That's right, Shaky. Yep, no Kara. In terms of like what chapter number she died in, she died in Stormy Night, which was chapter 7.
This is a night our people will remember.
So the timer hasn't started yet, but when it does, it'll basically be a 10-minute break, but I'll keep the game running. Yeah, Shaky, it was really, 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 really messed up. Rosie, basically at the start of her story, that man could not take care of his stuff. Yeah, that is true, Rosie, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's the earliest death of one of the main characters that you can get.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
I know, North, especially since we've taken our time by failing things on purpose. Oh no, Shaky, that
Markus,
was where...
Where are you going? Follow me!
No, that was way before that as well. It's when you, it's when Kara serves Todd and Alice dinner with the spaghetti bolognese. It's that chapter.
Markus, this way, quick! The hell are you doing? You almost got us caught.
It's okay, they're gone.
There's probably even more police in the area. We should be careful.
She's going north, Marcus is going south. It is shaky for sure. Yeah, pretty much when they give you the option to have Kara become deviant by breaking through her programming, if you just stand there and wait, Todd will kill Alice first, and then Kara will see what what he's done to kill Alice, and then he'll kill Kara.
The store's over here.
Yeah, shaky. So part of this playthrough as well is just not doing anything. If there's something that can be done through actively doing it to progress things in a way that allows success, I have to not actually do it and just stand there and wait for the timer to go out. So it counts as a failure of doing something. Exactly, shaky. Yeah, just like my Say Nothing playthroughs for the Dark Pictures series of games that I've done. Yeah.
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Soon they'll know what we really are. Let's get them out.
We'll stick to the plan. We'll neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for the 10-minute timer to run out. Alright, so I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break. So 9 minutes and 44 seconds. So I'll take a 10-minute break, but I'll keep an eye on my stream, but I'll keep the game running. So I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Surveillance drone. We need to get rid of it.
It won't be easy to reach.
Thanks, Oliver. Shaky, make sure to do nothing. Yeah, just sit here and not do anything. Be right back.
Markus!
Markus! Markus! Markus!
We're down to 5 minutes, Markus. If we're not inside by then, we'll have to give up.
I know. I'm going as fast as I can.
Markus! Markus!
Markus! There's no more time! The other teams will be attacking the stores any second now. We gotta go, Markus.
We can still do it.
Markus! Markus!
Markus, we did it. All teams succeeded. Our people are free. We're heading back to Jericho.
This place is gonna be crawling with cops. We have to go.
No, we can't just leave our people behind.
It's too late, Markus. There's nothing we can do. We failed. Shit! We screwed up. Our people are still prisoners in that fucking store, and it's all our fault.
No, it's my fault. I messed this up. At least our other team succeeded.
How could you get this so wrong? I thought you knew what you were doing.
I did what I could. I'm sorry that's not enough for you.
No, it's not enough. This is a war we're fighting with the humans. If we fail, they'll destroy us.
The fate of our people is in your hands. You have to succeed. You have no choice.
Well, damn. No, that is so funny. I did what I could. Just standing there. Plus the usage of the word fail and failure and all this kind of stuff. I'm just like, this adds a humorous edge to it based on the playthrough I've been doing, where I'm purposely failing to do so many things. Yeah, Shaky is just like, failed. Like, I did what I could. Sure you did, Markus, sure. So there we go. If you want to get that outcome, you just basically do nothing, and then that'll happen. Alright, so I'll be back in one more moment. Alright, so I'm back. Oliver, you didn't do enough. You need to do even less next time. Exactly. I mean, Marcus may not have been moving from his spot, but he was still, like, moving. He was doing things. So next time he has to do even less by just putting his arms by his sides and just standing still without moving at all. Hey there, Octavius. How's it going? Welcome on in. So to recap that mission start. North saved us because we purposefully just stood there while the police vehicle almost caught North and Marcus. We reached the store and we ran out of time. When the 10-minute timer started, we just waited until it finished and then we got the result of retreating. So there we go. Had all these other things that we didn't do. So you could either get the end result of Marcus led a violent riot or Marcus led a peaceful protest or retreat. Octavius, finally, Rod plays his race, AI robots. Sorry. Finally, Rod plays his race, AI robots. Indeed, Octavius.
Kamsky left Cyberlife 10 years ago. Why did you want to meet him?
This guy created the first android to pass the Turing test, and he's the founder of Cyberlife. If anybody can tell us about deviants, it's him.
Oliver Rod doesn't play it, he lives it. Rod Legion, become human.
Hi. I'm Lieutenant Hank Anderson. Detroit Police Department. I'm here to see Mr. Elijah Kamsky.
Please, come in.
Okay.
I'll let Elijah know you're here, but please make yourself comfortable.
Nice girl.
It's not a girl. It's an android that looks like a girl.
I know what it is, Connor. Nice place. Guess androids haven't been a bad thing for everybody. So you're about to meet your maker, Connor. How's it feel?
It doesn't raise any existential questions. If that's what you mean.
Sometimes I wish I could meet my creator face to face. I'd have a couple of things I'd want to tell him.
Elijah will see you now.
Hey there, Loon. How's things? Welcome on in.
Mr. Kamsky?
Just a moment, please.
Oh, nice, Loon. That's good. I'm glad to hear that things are going well. As for me, things are going great. I'm enjoying this playthrough. A lot of failing has happened, but all on purpose. But it's been interesting to see in dialogue even how when the word fail is mentioned in the context of the characters not doing something, how thematically it ties in really well with just, failing. Because it's not just when a QTE appears and there's a timer, don't press anything. It's also making sure that I go the wrong way on purpose. That when there is a QTE that's not based on whether or not you fail or succeed to progress, but it lets you, do multiple attempts until you do succeed. In those situations, I'm failing the QTE on the first attempt and then doing it, So there's also that as well. And the game logic with a dialogue tree where there's a timer, if you don't press anything, then when the time runs out to choose, the game will always automatically choose the last option, the bottom option of the dialogue tree. So there's been some points where I haven't been able to let the game decide between two options or more. So I've gone with the same logic the game goes with if you don't press anything when there's a time choice, and it chooses the bottom choice. Octavius, you got 34 Celsius today. Starting to get wild. Oh, damn. That is a lot. So we have a character in this game called Gavin. And Gavin is played by Neil Newbon. And the character model for that character, Gavin, doesn't look like the actor. It's just his voice for that role. However, for Kamsky, it's not only Neil Newbon's voice, it's also his likeness for the Kamsky character. Although those are rookie numbers, should be higher than that.
I'm Lieutenant Anderson. This is Connor.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Sir, we're investigating deviants. I know you left CyberLife years ago, but I was hoping you'd be able to tell us something we don't know.
Deviants. Fascinating, aren't they? Perfect beings with infinite intelligence, and now they have free will. Machines are so superior to us. Confrontation was inevitable. Humanity's greatest achievement threatens to be its downfall. Isn't it ironic?
If a war breaks out between humans and deviants, millions could die, Mr. Kamsky. It's quite a serious matter.
All ideas of viruses that spread like epidemics. Is the desire to be free a contagious disease?
Listen, I didn't come here to talk philosophy. The machines you created may be planning a revolution. Either you can tell us something that'll be helpful, or we will be on our way.
What about you, Connor? Whose side are you on?
I'm on the human side, of course.
Well, that's what you're programmed to say. But you... what do you really want?
I don't want anything. I am a machine.
Chloe? I'm sure you're familiar with the Turing test. Mere formality. Simple question of algorithms and computing capacity. What interests me is whether machines are capable of empathy. I call it the Kamsky test. It's very simple, you'll see. Magnificent, isn't it? One of the first intelligent models developed by CyberLife. Young and beautiful forever. A flower that will never wither. But what is it really? A piece of plastic imitating a human? Or a living being? With a soul? It's up to you to answer that fascinating question, Connor. Destroy this machine, and I'll tell you all I know. Or spare it, if you feel it's alive. But you'll leave here without having learned anything from me.
Okay, I think we're done here. Come on, Connor, let's go. Sorry to get you out of here.
What's more important to you, Connor? Your investigation, or the life of this android? Decide who you are. An obedient machine. Or a living being, endowed with free will.
That's enough. Connor, we're leaving.
Pull the trigger.
Connor! Don't!
And I'll tell you what you want to know.
Alright, so this is a case where I have to make a choice. The game won't automatically choose for me. But like with the other choices where I followed the logic of when the game does actually decide for me, it always chooses the bottom option. So I'm going to stick with that logic and choose the bottom option, which is don't shoot.
Fascinating. CyberLife's last chance to save humanity. is itself a deviant.
I'm not a deviant.
You prefer to spare a machine rather than accomplish your mission. You saw a living being in this android. You showed empathy. A war is coming. You'll have to choose your side. Will you betray your own people or stand up against your creators? What can be worse than having to choose between two evils?
Let's get out of here.
By the way, I always leave an emergency exit in my programs. You never know.
Why didn't you shoot?
I just saw that girl's eyes, and I couldn't. That's all.
You're always saying you would do anything to accomplish your mission. That was our chance to learn something, and you let it go.
Yeah, I know what I should have done. I told you I couldn't. I'm sorry, okay?
Well, maybe you did the right thing.
Octavius, well, we're not like Australia, like 50 Celsius plus, but it's hot as well. That is so true, absolutely. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's still a decent amount of heat. Zereth, war never changes. I mean, the methods of it might, and the technology related might, but yeah. Oliver, whose side are you on, Rodbot? Well, that's actually a good question. I'm not sure. It depends on the context. Zereth on the side of everyone dies. Well, in this game, in this playthrough. Oliver, you're a failure, Connor. He is. He failed. Hey, Biko. The intensity, lol. Your ass and your eyes are twitching, lol. Well, hopefully it doesn't get stuck that way. You might have to go to a doctor to see about it. Zereth, if you shoot a gun, does it feel triggered? I think it does. That was an interesting choice as well. I was sort of curious because whenever I've played this game before, I haven't taken notice of whether the choice was a timed one or not. So I was sort of wondering for this playthrough, since I'm making sure to fail, I was like, oh, I wonder what the option will be at the bottom of the dialogue or the action choices. And it was a choice where I had to actually make a decision. But I wanted to follow the logic that the game follows when there's an automatic choosing that it does if you don't press anything. And it's always the bottom option. So as a result, Connor didn't shoot, and we went from having Hank hostile to Connor to just being, I think it was like angry or something. Intense or something like that. We arrived with Hank, we got out of the car, we followed Hank to Kamsky's place. Chloe answers the door, we entered the lobby. Chloe goes to get Kamsky, we talked to Hank. Chloe returned, we met Kamsky, we questioned him. Kamsky did the test, we spared Chloe, we left Kamsky's house, and Hank thought Connor made the right decision.
I was wondering where you were. I like it here. I come here often. It's like being alone with the world. We freed hundreds of our people, and they're still coming from all over the city. Those who dream of freedom come to Jericho. Something's changing. You seem preoccupied.
They count on me. They count on me to show them the way. If only they knew how lost I am.
All the media are talking about what we did last night. The humans are terrified. They're afraid of a civil war. Many of our people were burned in response to what happened. The humans hate us. They'll never give us our freedom.
If they won't listen, we'll fight.
You haven't said much about yourself since you've been with us. What was your life like before Jericho?
Who I was is not important. What matters now is who I want to be.
Where are you going?
To talk to the humans.
Alright, so I'm pausing it there for a reason. I just want to check something. Zereth D. the Ant. Because we failed the previous mission as Markus, it then unlocked a dialogue choice we could choose with North that was failed. I'm going to create an exception so I can actually see what the dialogue will be based on the fact that we failed the previous mission and saying the failed path is available to us. So it's still related to the theme of failure. I just wanted to just see what gets said
I was wondering where you were.
as a result of having that as an option. So I'll still let these ones go without pressing anything, but I'm going to make my approach parameters exempt temporarily to see what the failed dialogue says. So I'm just curious.
It's like being alone with the world.
Because who knows when I'll actually do another playthrough in the future where we get that as an option.
We freed hundreds of our people, and they're still coming from all over the city. Those who dream of freedom come to Jericho. Something's changing. You seem preoccupied.
See, I can choose failed.
I panicked last night. We should have succeeded. I cannot afford to make mistakes like that.
All the media are talking about what we did last night. The humans are terrified.
They're afraid of a civil war. Many of our people were burned in response to what happened. The humans hate us. They'll never give us our freedom.
Alright, so I sussed it out. So now I'll restart again, and then just let the choices select again. But that was interesting though. But yeah, I thought I would choose that because we failed that mission to unlock that as a dialogue choice. And it fits the theme of this playthrough, which is failing. And since it's an extension of that failure, I made an exception to choose that dialogue choice, even though there was a timer on it.
I was wondering where you were. I like it here. I come here often. It's like being alone with the world. We freed hundreds of our people, and they're still coming from all over the city. Those who dream of freedom come to Jericho. Something's changing. You seem preoccupied.
They count on me. They count on me to show them the way. If only they knew how lost I am.
All the media are talking about what we did last night. The humans are terrified. They're afraid of a civil war. Many of our people were burned in response to what happened. The humans hate us. They'll never give us our freedom.
If they won't listen, we'll fight.
You haven't said much about yourself since you've been with us. What was your life like before Jericho?
Who I was is not important. What matters now is who I want to be.
Where are you going?
To talk to the humans.
This is suicide. We'll all be killed. Please, Markus. It's not too late to change your mind.
You don't understand. We're finally gonna show them who we really are. This place will go down in history.
We'll be killed on the spot.
That's a risk I'm prepared to take if it means freedom for our people.
Markus, please don't do this.
They'll understand. We'll make them understand. This is the only way.
There are androids here who could join us. The more we are, the stronger our message.
Mr. Gote, Alexa became Android. Alexa did. Indeed. Zereth, in that moment, Beth Jesus knew he messed up. Alternate reality, Beth Jesus. And yeah, Zereth, I don't know about your previous comment. How did you like them apples? Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, Zereth. As you know, I'm not really into video game characters and stuff in that way. So this chapter is Freedom March, and this is where Markus can die. And that is what we need to do. But I just need to double check a guide for this chapter just to have a look at what is needed to actually make sure that that happens. So after doing all the converting of androids and all that kind of stuff, and the march started, there's certain things to choose to say. Then when we reach the plaza, the march gets blocked. Then there's options like stand your ground and all that kind of stuff. Pick option stand ground. If police fire unprovoked, result of stand your ground option. Sacrifice self, pick the option stand ground, and sacrifice. Police keep firing, which is a result of the above choice. Markus stood his ground and was killed, ending. You let Simon die in the Stratford Tower or have a low rep with him. You also did not allow John to come with you in spare parts, otherwise he saves Markus. Okay, so this is where it's going to be tricky, because if not choosing anything means that the bottom option is chosen automatically by the game, if that option at the bottom is not stand ground, there's another option which is disperse. So if you pick disperse, the police open fire, which is a result of the disperse option. To run away, result of disperse option, chose to retreat. Some androids escape. Markus fled, ending result of the above choice, disperse, Jericho, North Josh. Or you can pick attack, lose the fight. Don't press any buttons after picking the attack button. Alright, so if we get to the point where we can choose to let the game decide, if the bottom choice is stand your ground, then we stick with stand your ground for as many times as stand your ground is the bottom choice. If leave is the bottom choice, however, I'm going to override my approach and choose stand ground on my own. Or if the bottom option is the attack option, then that'll work too as well. So I know it's complicated, but essentially I need to make sure that Markus dies in this mission. And if I have to actually go against my approach of just letting the game decide for a dialogue choice that's timed, then I'll do it to ensure that that is what the failure is.
Apples. I'm not fond of them. I prefer pears.
Now, do you prefer the pears to be in pairs, or do you just prefer pears as in like the pear? Yeah, Coyote. Some funny things there with the apples and everything. Ogorki, kill them all. Get them all dead. I actually did a playthrough last year of this game where Markus was redeemed to be a Terminator-like android. So essentially, all the choices to be anti-human were chosen. In that same playthrough, it was redeemed by channel points that Connor would become deviant, so I had to make sure that he was doing all the actions associated with deviancy. And with Kara and Alice, it was up to the Twitch chat in that playthrough to decide on certain things. Zerth, you like a pair of pairs. A pair of pairs.
Wait, Markus, where are you going? We should start in here.
Markus, the modern-day assassin. Zerth, apparently. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. Zerth, modern day? No. Alright, so I thought I could just not interact with any of these androids, but it looks like we actually have to as well. So we'll have to do this to progress to the next point.
Come with us.
President Warren is in on it too. Hello? Nikki? Are you there?
Alright. So I've only converted one android enough to be able to progress to the next point, so I won't actually actively convert any more androids, therefore failing to add more androids to the overall amount. But I think there will be androids that will automatically join, so that's automatic. Keone, yes, there are. You just never learn them. Exactly. Hey there, Kurtzikan. Welcome on in. It is a good game for sure. I really like this one a lot. I've played it a few times now, and I always like to try and find a different kind of approach to apply. So it's been fun to do like a failing, because it's not just failing by not pressing anything, or if there's a button mash, not doing anything. It's also failing in the sense of making sure that I go the wrong way. I do certain things that aren't proper, like when Connor has to identify Hank in the bar. I went around and scanned everyone else except Hank for the lack of efficiency, to make it that Connor is failing to be efficient as an android. And things like that, Kurt. So yeah, it's definitely been fun. Definitely interesting too.
Markus, we should find a way to block the road.
Finally. I've been on hold for like 10 minutes.
I need to block the street.
Zereth, if you fail to fail, did you then succeed in failing? Exactly. That's the ultimate failure. To succeed in failing. It's so funny. This is an example of me failing this kind of QTE, even though there's no way to fail it completely. But just making it so that it's very inefficient of the character. Zereth, and therefore you actually failed successfully and therefore failed in the task. Exactly. There's definitely a failure to understand the complexity of the failing of the failure. Hey there, Grail. Good morning to you as well, dude. How's things been? Good to see you and chat again. Doing a fail playthrough where we fail QTEs, but we also fail to initiate certain things and all that kind of stuff. Code last hour starting, and yep, had to brew the missing half bucket to stay awake. Tomorrow the rest of the 4 hours of meeting left, but at the office. Nope, they just have very, very oiled hands. Well, that's definitely understandable too as well, Code, you know, to have to resort to that. But yeah, when this week is over, hopefully you don't have to worry about anything like that again for a while at least. Zereth, a bit heavy there, Markus. That's right. But yes, Code, very oiled hands. That's what's going on with the Markus. Growl, you've been okay, been hanging in there. Well, that's good, dude. Definitely the best way to go about it, you know, and just take things day by day. And as much as you can, you know, like, if you need to take as much time as possible for things, you know, don't rush yourself and all that kind of stuff too. So I feel like that can be stressful as well. Zereth 404, fail not found. Since we lost Kara at the start of the playthrough, and this android over here is the same model that Kara was, we'll actually convert her out of the two androids that we have to convert here.
You're free now.
March? It's actually June. What are you talking about?
Hey! Disperse! Disperse immediately! That's an order!
Alright, so this is the moment where I have to make the choice. Following the logic that the game follows, if there's a time choice and you don't press anything and it chooses the bottom option, I'm going to choose the bottom option. Zereth, ultimately, if it's a fail playthrough, do you have to end in succeeding and therefore complete by failing the task? It's like a looping kind of logic, Zereth, when you look at it like that. Code, in a way, you guess this is like advanced version of the I Am Robot movie, or whatever it was with Will Smith. Oh yeah, Code, I know the one you mean, yeah, I, Robot was a movie by the same director as the original Crow movie. He's actually an Australian director too. But yeah, I saw that movie once, but I haven't seen it since it came out though. Indeed, Zereth, no. Coyote, maybe. There's no command for maybe. I should actually find something that is related to the word maybe. Crooked, crazy to think this game is 7 years old, looks so good visually, you mean. I don't blame you for thinking though, it's just the attention to detail with the environments and also the character models and the way that they've done the performance capture and everything like that too as well. It does indeed, Grail, for sure. Oh yeah. Gladys, this is Skynet. It's so funny you mentioned that, because in my previous playthrough of this that I did last year, I had Markus, based on a channel point redeem decision, Markus became like Skynet, so he was anti-human. So I did all the things that I could do as Markus that were very anti-human. Ogorhi, a good movie? Yeah, I don't really remember too much about it to know if I really liked it or not, because it was like 2004 or something, I think, when it came out. Or maybe was it 2004? It might have been.
Jesus fucking Christ! Dispatch, this is Patrol 457. I got a lot of androids down here. I don't know, hundreds, thousands. They're marching. Yeah, they're marching down the street. Fuck if I know.
Greg, come back here immediately! Greg! Greg!
Crooked, they're marching, eh? Yeah, they're just standing still. Which reminds me, Crooked, there was this funny moment in this mission as Markus. For 10 minutes, I just stood there as Markus. Because just waiting the 10 minutes means you fail. It's one of the ways to fail the mission. And then at the end of the mission, she's like, he's like, I did what I could. So even though I can choose what to say in this part, I'm going to fail to choose anything because I can have the characters just keep on moving forward till we get to the ultimate end point.
We came here to demonstrate peacefully and tell humans that we are living beings. All we want is to live free.
This is an illegal gathering. Disperse immediately or we will open fire.
We're not looking for confrontation. We've done no harm. We have no intention of doing any. But know that we are not going anywhere until we have secured our freedom.
I repeat, this is an illegal gathering. If you do not disperse immediately, we will shoot.
Markus, they're gonna kill us. We have to attack. There's more of us. We can take them.
If we attack, we'll start a war. We have to show them we're not violent. We should just stand our ground, even if it means dying here.
This is your last chance. Disperse immediately, or you will all be killed.
Alright, so there's a timer, so disperse. Alright. Sorry to ruin the dramatic moment there, but the bottom choice is disperse. If I was to, in this instance, follow the logic of when there's a time choice, don't press anything to make the game automatically choose it. In this context, if I was to do that, leave would then, picking option disperse would mean that the police open fire, that the androids would then run away, some androids escape, Markus flees, therefore survives the encounter. So I'm going to override what I've been doing with these time choices to actually choose an option that is going to guarantee that Markus dies, therefore failing. So the way to do that is you either choose stand your ground, and then when the police fire unprovoked, and then it says, do you choose stand your ground again? You then select it 2 more times and then sacrifice at the end. Or you choose attack. So we're going to choose attack because then that begins a QTE sequence, and not succeeding in the QTE means that Markus will actually die. So this is where I need to actually override what I've been doing with time choices, where I just let the game decide. And because the game always chooses the bottom choice in a timed decision, I need to override that to get the result that I need. So I need to fail. So ironically, I need to fail at my approach in a playthrough where I've been failing by not letting the game decide in this case, and me actively going against that to choose attack, to then fail, because Markus dying obviously is a fail. So sorry to break this moment up, but I didn't know, I didn't keep track of what position each choice was in the previous playthroughs I did, so I didn't know what the bottom choice was going to be until we actually got to it. So because it was disperse, and because I don't want to have Markus survive this encounter, because that would be succeeding, then we're going to choose attack so that Markus dies, therefore failing. But I guess the people, maybe the people on the street did the chant for you. There's definitely a possibility for sure. But yeah, in that moment, because I could just keep walking forward, I chose not to press anything. So what do you call it when bread protests? Riot. Riot. Nice. Well, good, Markus had a stroke of irony there. He really did. It was so funny. We need to hurry up. It's like, I'm going as fast as I can. Ogorki attack. Exactly. Yeah, I knew that was one of the things. I just wanted to actually talk about it on chat. But yeah, I'm going to pick that option because that's going to allow me to have Markus die in the quickest way. Because basically, when we choose attack and we don't press any buttons after choosing attack, then eventually Markus will die. So here goes.
Don't do it, Markus. Don't choose confrontation.
I need to press confirm to make it go through.
Follow me!
We have to go north.
No, no.
We have to go.
So there we go. So I also had to choose to continue the attack, because if I let the game decide in that moment, it would have gone in a different direction. But even if it didn't directly straight away, I still wanted to make the hard decision to actually have Markus continue with the attack and then just not press anything for all those QTEs afterwards. So there we go. That is now the second android. Well, I mean, technically, the first Connor that I was playing as... Actually, no. Yeah, the first Connor I was playing as from the start of the game ended up dying by Hank shooting him. So that was technically the second time one of the main three characters died. And then we've got Markus now. So the second Connor that I was given for this playthrough is still alive at this point. Zereth, mark us out of 10. Well, I think Markus got a 0 in that case. Crook, it's so painful seeing him fail everything in a situation like this. I know, dude, for sure. Like, Markus is my favorite character as well, so it's like, damn. But yeah, had to commit. Once I commit to an approach in a playthrough, that's the approach we stick with. So that is that. Zereth, I think you failed there, Markus. I think he might have. Code, a hard reset. Very much so. So in the time to reflect, we had Markus walk on the beam, North arrived. Didn't choose anything myself, let the game decide in the dialogue choice, and the game chose the bottom choice, which was to hide the past and to leave. And then in the mall, we converted the personal android. I failed to convert the other ones, but that was on purpose. I had to convert at least one to progress things in that point. Prepare the march, convert delivery androids. I had to actually do that in order to progress things a bit further, so I converted them. Delivery androids block the road. Open the manhole, start the march. So converting that android, there was 2 androids we could convert, and I decided to convert the one that was on the left side, which was the same model as Kara. To be clear, though, it's not actually Kara. The model that Kara was is like many other characters in this game. There's multiple models. They're all the same. They had the same face and everything. But I converted her out of paying tribute to the character because she died at the start of the playthrough. Policeman blocks the march. Ignored. Reached the plaza. Police blocked the march and chose charge. Lose the fight. Do nothing. Police gunned Markus down. Crooked, you mean it's really cool seeing it, but from his perspective, how frustrating to try everything but fail all of it. Exactly, you know, and the thing is too, like these androids, they're supposed to be efficient. So technically, you would supposed to play them in a way that keeps that efficiency, you know. So that's another element of this playthrough, having a failure, is there's also a kind of like logical irregularity. It's like, logically, if androids are far more advanced than humans, then they should be able to do things on the first attempt without failing. But my playthrough is to prove that that's not the case, you know, to create a bit of irony.
You're off the case. The FBI is taking over.
What? But we're onto something. We just need more time, I'm sure we
Hank, you don't get it. This isn't just another investigation. It's a fucking civil war. It's out of our hands now. We're talking about national security here.
Fuck that. You can't just pull the plug now, not when we're so close.
You're always saying you can't stand androids. Jesus, Hank, make up your mind. I thought you'd be happy about this.
We're about to crack the case. I know we can solve it. For God's sake, Jeffrey, can't you back me up this one time?
There's nothing I can do. You're back on homicide, and the android returns to cyberlife. I'm sorry, Hank, but it's over.
Alright, so I need to check something.
So you're going back to cyberlife?
I have no choice. I'll be deactivated and analyzed to find out why I failed.
What if we're on the wrong side, Connor? What if we're fighting against people who just want to be free?
I know we're on the right side. Humans created us. They're our masters. No machine should rebel against its creator.
When you refused to kill that android at Kamsky's place, you put yourself in her shoes. You showed empathy, Connor. Empathy's a human emotion.
You're wrong, Lieutenant. My actions were determined by statistical data. I'm not a deviant. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Well, well, here comes Perkins, that motherfucker. Sure don't waste any time at the FBI.
We can't give up. I know the answers and the evidence we collected. If Perkins takes it, it's all over.
There's no choice. You heard Fowler. We're off the case.
You've got to help me, Lieutenant. I need more time so I can find a lead in the evidence we collected. I know the solution is in there.
Maybe these deviants deserve a chance. Maybe it's better if you don't find them. What's happening here is too important to let it be stopped by a machine. Sorry, Connor, but I'm not gonna help you.
Alright, so we're just going to stand here because there's a timer active. So Connor failed to convince Hank to cause a distraction. But yeah. We're just going to stand here as Connor to fail. Overall, this is actually chapter 29. So if you had Markus and Kara survive until chapter 29, you would then have chapter 30, 31, and 32 to get them all through, to actually get all of them to survive till the end. Zereth, I wouldn't stand for it. We had 47 seconds left. I'll just put Connor here. So he's closer to the camera if he does his coin trick thing. So he can see the final coin trick of the playthrough. In 16 seconds, we will truly be Detroit Become Fail.
Your mission is over. It's time to return to cyberlife.
Wait! I can solve this case! I just need more time!
It's too late, Connor. You failed.
Alright, so though I just wanted to clip that moment. The clip is just finalizing. It's such a great end to my Detroit Become Fail playthrough for the final character who remains to be told that they failed. Keone, does Arnie get more channel redeems than Bane? That's actually, pardon me, that's actually a good question, to be honest. Zereth Detroit becomes Scooby Snack. Keone, the Baneism needs to end. Hey there, North Assassin. It must have been the wind. That's right, Zereth. Yep, I was muted because I was editing the clip. I needed to actually hear the clip's audio to make sure I was timing the start of the clip and the end of the clip correctly, both visually and audio-wise. So I needed to actually mute my mic so I could actually hear the audio without, any sort of like echo coming out on the stream. Code is not a deactivate, it's just a permanent 404. That's true. A permanent 404. And Zereth watches the tumbleweed. Nice one, Absolution, those emotes. Thank you, Grail, for the GGs. For the lol, you got... Sorry. It's a lol, not a GG. But thank you for the lol as well. It definitely matches Absolution's emotes. Zereth Detroit become derp. Exactly. Rosie, it's a victory for humankind. That's true. Ironically, even though the androids failed, the humans succeeded. Thanks for the GG's, Growl. Thank you, dude. So there we go. Last chance Connor. The start of the mission. Talk to Amanda in the police station. Fowler and Hank argue. Jericho's location remains unknown. Sufficient evidence. Hank goes to his desk. Talk to Hank. Perkins arrives. Hank won't help. Hank leaves. Out of time. Connor's series was decommissioned. There we go, Grell. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Keone, for the GGs as well. Cheers. So there we go.
Following the dramatic scenes in Detroit yesterday, the FBI have confirmed that the android known as Markus was destroyed.
The FBI raided an abandoned freighter in Detroit at 10:45 p.m. yesterday. 1,000 androids were destroyed or captured. Our forces are now combing the streets to ensure that none got through the net. We are going to find them one by one and destroy them.
The Army has set up temporary camps in most major cities to gather and destroy androids. So far, camps have been installed in Los Angeles, Chicago, Denver, Houston, Boston, San Francisco, and of course, Detroit. President Warren announced today that android collection and destruction operations were fully underway, but that it will take at least a week to eliminate the current generation of machines.
CyberLife issued a statement today saying that it is working closely with the authorities in order to round up and destroy all androids across the country. They also announced an internal investigation to identify the malfunction and to prevent any such incidents in the future.
Elijah Kamsky, you're the founder of CyberLife and foremost expert on androids. Though you left CyberLife years ago, you've just been reappointed as CEO in the wake of the dramatic events in Detroit. How do you feel about what happened there?
Clearly what happened in Detroit was a tragedy. Artificial intelligence is a wonderful tool, provided it can be controlled. Fortunately, CyberLife managed to quickly produce a solution to the deviant problem. Under my management, we'll take every precaution to prevent such a thing from ever happening again.
Can you assure us that androids no longer pose a threat?
Absolutely. There was an incident, but we've learned from our mistakes. And we can assure you that androids will remain exactly what they were designed to be. Obedient and efficient machines.
How do you respond to those who point out the social impact of androids, especially in terms of unemployment?
Well, of course, that's absurd. We heard the same objections when the steam engine first appeared. Nobody today would dream of living without electricity. Who wants to turn their back on progress?
Some are questioning whether androids have become a new intelligence and that we destroyed them without listening to their message. How do you respond to that?
CyberLife's androids imitate life to perfection, but they'll never be alive. I understand that some people may be fooled, but they're only an imitation, nothing else.
Mr. Kamsky, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Damn. Rest in peace, Hank. Yeah, North. Unfortunately, Hank died. Rosie, last chance Connor. Sounds like bad luck, Brian. It definitely ended up being bad luck for Connor as well. Not too sure, actually, Zereth. Yeah, I don't know if it was, but if it was, that's just how my streams go, unfortunately. Indeed, Keone, rip. Zereth, you not seen that ending yourself? Me neither. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, it's definitely good to see a different ending, even though the outcomes were bad, of course. Yeah, Rosie, that was the thing too, them showing clips of Kara, even though in my playthrough we didn't see a lot of those because she had died so early. Zereth makes you go, now what? Now we wait for the credits to finish, and then we see what Chloe says about what happened. Grail, I made it further than you. Oh really, Grail? So do you remember where you got up to? I was very happy with this playthrough in the sense that I feel like I really stuck to the theme of the playthrough of failing. Not just in QTEs where it's like, hey, if you don't get this QTE right, we're just going to move on to the next thing, you won't get another chance. Versus QTEs where if you fail, it's okay, we'll let you try it as many times as you want until you get it. But even with those ones, I added an element of failing by not actually getting those ones done on the first attempt and just, do multiple attempts. Going the wrong way on purpose as well, to get different dialogue based on, hey, you're going the wrong way. When there's like a timer to do things, just have the character stand there and wait for the timer to go down. If there were dialogue choices where I had to make a choice and there was no timer, I would stay with the logic of the game itself by choosing the bottom option in dialogue, because when there is a timer to choose a dialogue, the game will automatically always choose the bottom choice. Then there was a moment where I broke away from that because I unlocked a failed conversation dialogue choice with North, and so I wanted to see what that was, so I did that to cover that. And then there was also the moments with Markus where I wanted him to die, so I had to I had to not let the game choose the bottom option with the timer automatically, because doing so would lead to not failing in terms of like Marcus's fate. So I overrode letting the game decide in that decision to make sure that I could actually get the outcome I wanted, which was Markus dying, therefore failing. And then we saw some things, that were very upsetting as well. Like what happened with Kara and Alice was really harrowing and gut-wrenching. And then we have Markus getting like cut down and just, shot at and bashed and all that kind of stuff. And then we had Connor, who was shot by Hank. So my first Connor, which I had since the start of the playthrough, got killed by Hank. And then the second Connor that I actually was playing as was able to survive until the Last Chance Connor chapter, which overall is actually chapter 29 out of 32. And so because I had Connor to stand there and let the time run out, it meant that ultimately he fails as well. So yeah, it was definitely interesting to do this type of playthrough. There was also some funny elements of making the character like go around in circles, or when there was a glitch when a character got stuck on the environment, I'd play into it by just letting the character continue to walk on the spot and be stuck and all that kind of stuff. So I was very satisfied with that playthrough. Oh, I see, Grell. No, but you failed. Oh, did you? I see. Well, that's fair enough too as well. Rosie, every time you see this game streamed, you want to start the game and fix Hank. Oh yeah, that's totally understandable though. He's such a great character, and I would definitely rather have Hank survive. Absolutely. Thanks for the GGs, Crooked. Thank you very much. Thank you for leaving the lurk alone. Muchly appreciated. Zereth, but then you would have succeeded in failing to fail. Well, that's true. Which would be a failure of failing. North, you got killed by Hank twice in one of your runs? Really? When was the other time? Because you got the time where they're outside and Hank, is asking Connor questions and then puts the gun in his face. But what's the other time? Welcome back, Anmita, and thank you for the GGs as well. Absolutely completed the game, and Kara and Alice and Marcus and Connor, the final Connor even, all gone. It really is, Grail. It is a beautiful game for sure. I definitely want to play it again in the future. I've now officially classified it as an annual playthrough game, so I'll endeavour to always do at least one playthrough of it every year. So in 2020 I played it for the first time, and then in 2023 I played it for my second time, last year my third time, and this year the fourth time. Thank you for the GGs, Ogorki, thank you very much. That's true, and Mita, yep, everyone's gone. This chapter, that was the final one, is 29 out of 32. North, the one at the park, and you forget the second death, but I think you just had to annoy him into shooting you again. Ah, I got you, North, yeah. It could have even been in relation to, like, letting him almost fall, maybe, as well, in that mission. The chase that normally would happen didn't happen in my playthrough this time around, because I had to fail on purpose, which definitely meant something like that wouldn't happen.
Only one character left. You have to save them.
I've actually been expecting Chloe to say something else on this menu screen, but hasn't said anything since the comment about only one android left. You must save them. Rosie, that's hilarious. Yeah. It meets a dam, so apparently you can get the worst ending by doing nothing. In a way, I mean, there's some sort of like, differences you need to do here and there, but yeah, there is a lot. Just doing nothing will move things along to a different way. She is speechless in Meter, absolutely. North, she wants to say more, but she's so stunned. There's definitely a good way to put it. Like, normally, in the menu, Chloe will take maybe like a minute or 2 minutes between saying things, but it's been a while since she said what she said last, so that's interesting. Demetra imagines if she says, "You are a monster." How dare you? How could you? North, thank you so very much for the 3 years, 6 months, and 6 hours of followage. Thank you very, very much. So looking at the chapters, you have chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You can do 6 chapters without any of the characters. You can do 6 chapters without Kara dying. But on the 7th chapter is where she can actually die. So if you have Kara die, then all the other chapters where she would have appeared are cut from the game completely. So yeah, Kara and Alice died 7 chapters into the story out of a potential 29 chapters. But for me, for this playthrough, she's really stunned. North, how many chapters altogether if no one dies? Essentially 32. Mita, she cannot process what just happened. Rosie, have I had a perfect ending? Let's see. I think I had an end. Well, I definitely had an ending where everyone survived. So Markus survived, Kara survived. In that playthrough, though, I don't know if any of my Connors died or not. They might have done, but they might not have done as well. North, she really wants to say something. She keeps opening her mouth. That's true, yeah, that's the thing. Because I've sort of been like, I'll just not say anything for a bit and wait. But yeah, it's just been complete. I mean, obviously, if I go to select something like chapters or extras, it'll break the link. But what's interesting, though, is that I wonder if you get this ending on your first playthrough, does Chloe even mention about letting her go? Because I could have sworn in my last playthrough that she asked the question and chose no. But I wonder if you get the ending that I just got for this playthrough, and you've kept Chloe since your other playthroughs, I wonder if... Because yeah, usually she might say that, be like, hey, Rosie, perfect is subjective, you guess. Yours would be Hank adopting Connor and then they fight crime forever. Then you could do like a spin-off game with Connor and Hank. North, you let her go in one of your runs. Yeah, the first time I played it, I did as well. It's interesting that they added something like that at the end. You know, I think it was quite cool. So there we go. That is the end of my Detroit Become Fail playthrough. Successfully failed. So if I successfully failed, does that mean that I actually failed? To not fail? Failception. I want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. The next stream you'll see from me will be Vampire, and if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Friday. I don't know what the Wednesday and Thursday game next week will be, but I still want to take a little bit of a break from Assassin's Creed. So my Wednesday and Thursday stream for next week at the moment is to be determined, but I'll update my schedule on my About Me page. If not, I'll mention at the one of my streams what will be. But for now, that is the end of my stream day for Thursday. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day. Before I finish the stream, though, I'd like to give some shout-outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers: Absolution, who's doing games like The Hulk; AC, who's been doing some GTA 5; Inmita, who's doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3, 100%, no HUD, no fast travel, and no looking at the maps unless forced. Grail is doing a playthrough of Doom: The Dark Ages. Hipsuit is doing Stardew Valley. Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Revelations. It's part of a series of playthroughs he's doing with various different games based on timeline order, currently up to Revelations. Litus is a big retro streamer. He's a fan of games like Mortal Kombat. Lone is doing games like Dune Awakening. Lucinda is doing streams of games like Cult of the Lamb, but also a Resident Evil marathon, currently going through Resident Evil 6. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. Scar has been doing some Days Gone. Shillalok has been doing God of War 2018 for his first playthrough. And Shaky is doing Far Cry 6. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Inmita, thanks for the stream. Have a good one, my friend. Catch you tomorrow when you're going to burn London. That is so true, Inmita. We're going from a playthrough where I've failed with Detroit Become Fail to finishing off a playthrough of a game where I want to get the worst ending. So there's definitely been a bit of a running theme with some of the games and playthrough approaches I've taken recently. But that's no worries at all for the stream, Inmita, and same for the shout out as well, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. Oh yeah, Crooked, no worries, Senny, for the shout out either. And I definitely will have a good rest of my night for sure. I hope you do too. Hasta la vista, androids. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Arnie impression. So there we go. That is the end of Detroit Become Fail. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. And if you see me streaming Vampire, then you know it's become Friday. On Saturday, I'll be getting back to my Leapfrog challenge with Tomb Raider. Monday, getting back to Doom 3. And next Wednesday and Thursday will be a different game, not Assassin's Creed though. I still want to take a break from doing Assassin's Creed streams, but it'll be something else for Wednesday and Thursday next week. Emita Rod Evil Annual Gaming 2025. That's true as well. You know, it's like, damn. Crooker's still got to work for a bit, but soon you're free and get another extended weekend ahead. Now that is awesome that you get another extended weekend. That is really cool.
Detroit, become Bane. This is my stream now.
Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the Bane impression. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.